Good evening, everyone. My name is Julianne Hirsch. I'm Chair of the Select Board. I'd like to call the Select Board meeting for November 17th, 2025 to order at 6:31 p.m. This meeting is being conducted in accordance with the provisions of the open meeting law. It is being streamed live and recorded. Before we begin, I will state the members of the Select Board who are present in the room. I have Jacob Jones, Jonathan Ray, Laura Zeiton, and myself. I expect Mike Tejan here any minute. So there was some confusion at some of the last meetings about how to participate if you're participating remotely. So if you plan to provide public comment and are attending remotely, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom. To raise your hand, click Reactions on the meeting toolbar and select Raise Hand from the menu. To lower your hand, click Reactions again and select Lower Hand. Okay, so first on the agenda, as usual, public comment. Is there anyone in the audience who has anything they'd like to share? Anyone in the audience? In the virtual audience? Okay. All right, then secondly, we have approval of the November. Oh, thank you. Hi, Aaron? Uh-oh.
He's gone.
Oh, no.
Must have pushed the wrong button.
Hey, Mike.
Oh, good. No, I can announce that Mike Tejan is now present in the room. And Aaron, okay. All right, well, we'll look for you. All right, second on the agenda, approval of meeting minutes, the November 3rd meeting. Okay, admit. Yeah. Hi, Aaron. Did you have a public comment for us tonight?
Hi, Madam Chair. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm going to be in a better spot in about 5 or 10 minutes, so I'm just wondering if you would perhaps allow me to make my public comment. That may be a natural break in the meeting between agenda items, because I don't know if the signal's going to last. I'm traveling at the moment.
You're not coming in really clearly, but I think we can understand you. Okay, so yes, we'd love to hear what you have to say.
I think he said he's going to call us.
No, my question was.
Oh,
is it
yes,
possible
yes,
for
yes,
me
you can
to,
call back.
Make the comment when I get into a better signal area in about 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Thanks for letting us know. Okay, anyone else? Okay. All right, back to approval of minutes of the November 3rd meeting.
For November 3rd?
November 3rd, right. And there was an amendment.
Yes. I move the board vote to approve the meeting minutes of November 3rd, 2025 as amended. The amendment, which was made earlier today, updates page 6, paragraph 2, replacing the 5-year look ahead, parentheses, previously 10-year, to 10-year look ahead, previously 6-year.
Is there a second?
Sorry, second.
Motion made by Jacob, seconded by Laura. All in favor? Raise your hand. Okay, thank you. Motion has passed. Okay, now we can move on to the poll petition. At this time, I will open the public hearing for poll petition number 312-15213. This hearing is being held in accordance with all applicable provisions of Massachusetts general laws and the Town of Northborough's regulations. The purpose of this public hearing is to receive information, ask questions, and take public comment during the request before the board. Okay, so, good evening. And
Hello.
you're here, you're going to,
my name's Joshua Van Houten. I'm the Assistant Director of the Department of Public Works. I did a review of the poll petition and I've written a memo. I'm just here to talk about that.
great. So, just kind of orient us to where this is and the purpose.
Yep, so the location is on Church Street in between houses 237 and 243. The purpose of the poll will be to support an existing pole on the opposite side of the street that's leaning extremely far to the right side, if you're looking north. This pole will be jointly owned by National Grid and Verizon. There won't be any, it doesn't appear that there'll be any wires attached to it except for the support wire going across the street. The support wire will be a minimum of 20 feet above the ground, so it shouldn't cause any issues with any traffic out there. Additionally, its location doesn't create any issues related to driveway access or site distance for the driveways for 237 or 243 Church Street. It doesn't create any new dangers for the public or public works or pedestrians. So I would recommend that the town moves forward and approves this poll petition.
Have the neighbors is this a situation where the neighbors have to be notified by,
No, this will be on public property, and it's
Okay.
not located in any areas where there's any easements or anything else that would affect the location.
okay.
Is it going to be near any driveways?
No, it's at least 50 feet from either driveway, the ones that, the driveway at 237 or 243. It's located in an area that's, there's a patch of woods between the two houses.
Okay.
And that's where it's located.
It's near Pleasant Street, the
Yeah.
second.
Yep, it's north of Pleasant.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Just orientation, is that near where one of the rapid Witchmendingers are going to be installed? I know there's a crosswalk.
No, there's no crosswalks in that area.
I think there is a crosswalk at Pleasant Street.
This is
And-
north of the crosswalk. It's not going to create any issues.
Oh, okay.
with it. And if the rapid flashing beacons are put in, it wouldn't create any issues with that either.
Perfect. And then one other question, I think I know the answer, but just to be clear, this isn't going to create the double pole issue.
No, this is going to be a single pole, freestanding, and it's going to be connected across the street with a wire to support an existing pole.
And what's the vertical?
20 feet is the minimum, so it shouldn't create any issues for
Traffic.
any traffic.
So there will be an overhead line, but it'll be at least 20 feet up.
Yep.
Do you know why the pole needs support?
I think you might have some pictures.
Very tense.
The pole itself looks like it's pretty old.
Just
but it's-
normal wear and tear?
Yeah, and it's leaning at an extreme angle.
Yeah.
I think I've seen this one
Yeah.
driving by.
So I have another question. We have had a pole up towards Main Street, and this pole is in the public way, and it continues to get hit. And one of the comments that we've heard when this has come up in the past is that there's too much tension in those wires for us to be able to move it. Now that we're going to be adding this other pole, I don't know if that will alleviate some of the pressure on the lines so that that pole can be moved out of the public way.
It may alleviate some of the tension as it's brought back towards
Yeah.
towards the vertical location. It may alleviate some of the tension, but I can't give you any guarantees on what it would do to
Okay.
the other poles out there.
I do have another follow-up question because this pole, it's always got debris from rearview mirrors that hit it. It's been the site of like many car accidents. And I had heard from someone that works for another power company that if it's a safety hazard related to a pole being in a public way, that we should have more flexibility as a town to write a letter to request that it gets moved. And I would like it if we could figure out what options the town has to move that other pole, especially if we're going to be doing this work, if it will alleviate pressure so that we can move it over. Otherwise, we really need to figure out a solution because that whole way is all very heavily taxed. And I think this is good for an immediate solution, but I think we're going to run into this, and I don't think we want to have lines of additional poles up and down Church Street.
Yeah, I think this is a very specific case for one specific pole. As far as the pole that keeps getting hit, I think one thing we can do for that is bring that up with the Traffic Safety Committee. I think if we review it with the Traffic Safety Committee, we can put together a memo and then bring that to National Grid, and that might carry a little bit more weight.
I think as a select board, though, poles are our purview, so if it needs to come as a public safety issue, then I think it would have to come from us.
So if you guys would like to move forward with that, I can have, either I can draft a
Okay.
memo to National Grid, or I can speak to the Director of Public Works, and we can draft a memo, and hopefully we can get the support of the board and maybe get some traction on that issue. Sometimes it's very tough to work with these companies if it's not an issue that's going to bring in any revenue.
Well, could we put that as a requirement in the letter that we're sending today, allowing the poll petition for this new poll?
Yeah, we could put, well,
Am I making sense?
Yes, I don't know if you can, if we can say,
I'm not
you can do
sure.
this if you do this.
yeah, I'm not sure if we can use this poll petition for leverage, but if there's any leverage out there that we can
Thank
we
you.
can find to get this poll fixed, I'll speak with the director and we'll do whatever we can.
I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is a public hearing. Any comments or suggestions from the board other than, anybody in the audience? Anyone, does anybody see any hands raised or?
I don't see any.
Okay, then, I think it's safe then to close the public hearing if there's a motion.
I move that the board vote to close the public hearing for poll petition number 312-15213.
Any second?
Second.
Thank you, Mike. Motion made by John, seconded by Mike. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay. Is there a motion to vote on the poll petition?
Madam Chair, I move that the board vote to approve poll petition number 312-15213 for the installation of one new jointly owned pole, pole 56-1, on Church Street between 237 and 243. Church Street to provide structural support for existing pole 56, as requested by National Grid and Verizon.
Second.
Motion made by John, seconded by Laura. Jacob, how do you vote?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, next on the agenda is Community Affairs Committee. Request to close Blake Street. Good evening.
Hi, Susie Sislicka. Do I have to 8 Emerson Road? You all know where I live. So I'm here on behalf of the Community Affairs Committee for our annual tree lighting that we do every year in honor of Neil Ellsworth. He was a fallen Vietnam soldier. I'm not sure exactly when it began. That would have been before my time in Northborough and when I was born. We are very honored to do this in honor of Neil every year. His brothers, his family come every year. His niece sings the national anthem. We have the Northborough 5th grade chorus come every year and sing for us as well. It's really, as a committee, I've been on the committee, I believe, 11 years now, and we have really kept the generous spirit of the holiday season as the central part of this whole event. So Northborough House donates pizza. This year the cocoa is being generously provided by Metro West Painting. They've done this in years past. They sometimes, if they have the staff, they even come and hand it out. Treats and cookies are being provided by our committee and sponsors. We have a sponsor from Fitzgerald Community School. We are working with the fire department. They allow us to become a temporary Toys for Tots donation site, and depending on the calls that they have that day, they might come. Sometimes we alone are the little Toys for Tots collectors ourselves. And also because the people of Northborough don't like taking things for nothing. We have found over the years from Chris at Northborough House, he always had a donation box. And the line for the donation box was so long, we have increased the number of donation boxes, and we now receive between $300 to $450 every year for the Northborough for food pantry. People just don't like taking, for nothing. So we love this event. It starts at 5 p.m. So we would like to ask to close Blake Street once again in honor of this event and invite you all in the public to come as well. And dress warm. I always have to add that, to dress warm. The honor guard will also be there. Rick has gathered, I believe, 8 men for the honor guard this year, so I'm very proud of him. So it's a very special event. I invite all of our representatives, our senators. So we try to grow it a little bit every year, and we're very proud of this event. So,
And you should be.
yes. Yeah.
What a
we
nice
are.
comment about Northborough's generosity.
Yes, it's wonderful. It's like, and it goes quick. And I also want to say that I'm working with a high school. I've been working with people and different teachers at the high school for a couple years now. They approached me, and I work with students. So the guidance department also has provided some volunteers, because I have this powerful pen, and I can sign up for volunteer hours. So I have some volunteers there too. So that's great too. If you ever know of high schoolers, send them my way. I can sign off on hours.
So Susie, it says that it's going to be the tree lighting and menorah lighting the same night?
No, because Hanukkah falls at a different time this year. So
Okay.
that will be December 20th. So I'll be coming back at a different meeting to ask for that closure.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. All right, any comments or questions from the board?
Thanks for all you and your committee do. I'm looking forward to attending it again.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Oh, and Jacob
I
is
did.
going to give the speech.
Yes, I agreed to that.
Yes, he did. Over a conversation about dodgeball.
We were talking, our kids are on the dodgeball team, and, oh, by the way, yes, I'll be happy to
By
do
the
that.
way, will you do this for me? You're going to do it, right?
Just sign off on your volunteer
So
hours.
you guys can
Can I get
thank me
volunteer
after.
hours?
You can thank me after. You know my email.
Any other comments or questions? Then is there a motion to close Blake Street?
Madam Chair, I move that
Oh,
the
there's a
board.
hand.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Sorry, I didn't see
hi,
that.
Mitch. Mitch, did you want to make a comment?
Hi, Mitch. Did I say the wrong date?
Yes, sorry. Thanks, Mitch Cohen, 12 Whitney Street. I saw the menorah item on the agenda. I didn't realize it was going to get pushed off to another one. That'll be the December 20th at 6 PM on Blake Street. So I'll leave it up to the board whether you want to deal with the street closure now or come back and do that again at your next meeting.
I thought I would do it different so that it could have its own meeting. If you want, or I could ask for it now. It's up to you.
Well, I don't know, technically, it wasn't,
Was it on the agenda?
on the agenda is,
Well, it said, it referred to an annual tree lighting and menorah lighting. If the only
Oh, yeah, it
difference is that the
does.
menorah lighting is on a different date, I mean, my 2 cents is
Yeah,
two birds, one stone.
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
so when do you want to close it then? December 20th?
December 20th. Yep.
Both, though, right?
And it's really up.
You could use the same hours or you could close it a little bit later, probably 5 o'clock would work okay for the menorah lighting, and keeping it closed until 8 is a good idea.
Okay.
So the 6th, 4 to 8, and the 20th, potentially 5 to 8, is that kind of what I heard?
We start setting up for the tree lighting at like, I have my volunteers come. The sound person is usually there at like 3:45 for the tree lighting because he has more stuff. So I would say maybe 3:30 in that, near the tree. And Chief Griffin usually knows that because Angie and I were kind of going back and forth, and I'm like, I think Chief Griffin has that in his notes on what time. And he's been notified. All the departments have been notified already as to the dates of both as well.
Okay, well, just to be on the safe side, let's give you as much time as you,
And we clear out quick.
It's so cold.
It's so cool. There's
No
Everyone
waiting.
clears out very quick.
The last
if
song
it's a
is
warm
sung.
night, it's cold. Oh, okay, so we will have to restate the motion,
Okay,
and then we'll change it from 3:30 to 8 and add,
okay.
okay, thanks, Laura.
And then we're gonna do 4 to 8 or 5 to 8 for the menorah?
Right, on December 20th.
Okay. Madam Chair, I move that the board vote to approve the request from the Community Affairs Committee to close Blake Street on Saturday, December 6, 2025 for the annual tree lighting from 3:30 PM to 8 PM, and for the menorah lighting on December 20th from 5 PM to 8 PM.
Second?
Motion made by Laura, seconded by Jacob. All those in favor? Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank
And I'll
you.
send the menorah lighting flyer as soon as it is complete, and I expect to see you all at
We
both
can't
events.
wait.
Thank you.
See you soon.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, next we have a request to consider a change of directors for the Vincent F. Picard Post Building, doing business as the American Legion. Is someone here? for that?
No, I'm going to speak. to
Okay,
this.
okay,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, this is just, it's in, the board previously approved the change of manager at their August 4th meeting. The Alcoholic Beverages Control Commission also required that the organization's directors be updated due to the outdated information. There's a lot of turnover. So this is just an amended application. And
And
it's
so-
just administratively updating the directors.
Okay, so, it's Mr. Callahan. Is serving on the board, is that as the director of the board?
I think, yes, well, the director, they change often.
They kind of fill multiple roles?
Yeah, and so the ABCC just wants the most updated list. I'm not sure,
On the list, it says that the president is Edgar Blanchett,
yeah.
Well, didn't
treasurer.
we approved Callahan last meeting?
Yeah, right, as the manager, yep,
Board, right?
yep.
They just updated.
Yeah, I wish she had, let's see.
The change of
I mean,
director.
some of them look very familiar to me. It might only be Edgar, maybe Stanley. It's just something that should be done from time to time.
So okay,
I just think that the attached copy is saying these are the updated directors right
Gotcha.
now.
and there's no concerns or
concerns.
anything like that? Okay. All right, any questions or comments from the board? Mike?
I have a motion.
Oh, okay. Laura, any questions or comments?
No, I appreciate this. I hope it goes well for the Legion. Their kitchen is open. They're very happy to have everything back up and running.
Okay, all right then, Mike.
I move the board vote to approve the change of directors for the All Alcoholic Beverages Club license held by Vincent F. Picard Post Building, DBA American Legion at 402 West Main Street. The board previously approved the change of manager on August 4th, 2025. However, the Alcoholic Beverages Control Commission has required that the organization's directors be updated due to outdated information.
Second.
Motion made by Mike, seconded by Laura. All those in favor, raise your hands. Motion passed unanimously. Oh. Aaron, do you mind waiting until Anna Maria makes her presentation? Thanks. Because we have guests.
Yep.
And, okay, thank you. All right, because next on the agenda is Anna Maria College MOU, right?
Yes.
Okay. Come on up, gentlemen, and if you wouldn't mind reintroducing yourselves. Oh, and we have more faculty.
Really look
Great.
good for me if I could bring all my bosses,
Please.
since I'm the lowest ranking person.
Do you remember
Go on the ends.
MOA?
It's tough to work for everybody. Yeah.
Are you going to share something on the screen, or?
No.
I'm asking her.
And we just realized the MOU isn't part of the package, so, do you guys have an extra one, and I'll make copies?
We do.
Okay.
I have a couple extra copies.
You want me to make a- Oh, wait.
That would be great. I love this teamwork.
Oh, although our office is locked.
Oh,
You can come
no,
in through this way.
Yep.
Yep.
Be very careful with all the wires.
Oh, thanks. Oh, beautiful.
Good one to the chair.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so much.
I'll go.
No, yeah, give it to the board.
Thank you.
Is that? Well, Well, thank you for having us here again tonight. Our first meeting was very exciting for Anna Maria College, and I'd just like to start by thanking Stephanie for all her efforts working with Chioma. I'll have them introduce themselves in a minute. There's been a huge effort to develop this MOU. We're started with Stephanie, ran the idea by her, Jim Bidwell and I, probably about almost 6 to 8 months ago. And we ran by an idea, and she was excited about hearing about what Anna Maria could bring to Northborough. And it's just grown since then. It started off with, how do we take police and fire, which we've always been partnered with, and put it into kind of a funnel to add more programs and virtually have a top-down approach. Instead of starting at the police department or at DPW or anywhere else, we said, let's start at the top of the town government and have it work our way down. So that's our goal, and Stephanie's been unbelievably informative to us. We've learned a lot about Northborough. We've learned a lot about how to build our first government MOU. We hope it strengthens the town's municipal services, enhance career pathways, and provide real-world learning for everybody. Well, like I said, one of the biggest things has been that all the different areas, from social work programs, nursing programs, criminal justice programs, fire science, EMT, paramedic. Paramedic came up in discussions over the last several months about how to develop a paramedic feeder for you people. You know, everybody's dealing with that right now. So it's one of the things that we're really good at. Healthcare administration, emergency management programs, and mental health first aid, and also another DOJ grant we have right now for school safety. Why don't we introduce everybody first? Jim, you want to start?
Hello again. Jim Bidwell, Dean of the School of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences.
Chioma Ugochukwu, Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs.
How you doing? I'm Sean Ryan. I'm the president of Anna Maria. Started July 1st, and after 18 and a half years down in the South, I'm back in my home state of Massachusetts. Thrilled to be here with you.
Yeah.
So, like I said, it's been an exciting time for us to develop this MOU. And finally, as we look at all these things I just listed, it also encompasses the schools. And the school programs have been where we've seen the most growth. Right now, some of our models, like we started a Wachusett MOU several years ago, we've updated that. We now have 500 Wachusett students taking Anna Maria classes for college credit. And that's what the state mandates and grants right now, DESE are pushing for, is to have these schools, which would be Algonquin, Assabet, these pathways for kids that might not always be looking at college or not in their reach, get college credits to bridge them over. So and I know, Jim, you're going to be able to talk a little bit about the two programs. You want to give them a little update on what we're doing with those two? The school pathways.
Oh,
Yes.
College credit and full credit.
Yeah, we're working on developing both the sort of the career, sort of more career-oriented, professional-oriented pathways, which is a smaller number of classes that are helping students prepare for, studying in college to continue that degree. A great way for them to kind of dip their toes into a profession as well as, of course, a study. And then we're working on a larger scale model, as the Department of Education is interested eventually of having it possible for high school students to graduate with an associate's degree or the equivalent. And so we're beginning to work out that as a model of finding ways to map high school classes to college classes. So students are taking those classes. In many cases, they can take them actually on the high school campus as well, both on either on the high school campus or coming up to Anna Maria and taking them in person, hopefully, ideally, or virtually, depending on the course.
This is also in your packages. There's also, because I know you wanted to take classes last time, and she said, can I take classes? There's also a caveat in a program for open to all town residents to have a $500 up to $1,000 per semester option and rebate. So usually we do 10% for like fire and police. That'll be in existence. But just to give you kind of the nuts and bolts of it, what we're looking for in the future is this. These will only work if there's communication and maintenance. Anybody can sign an agreement today and walk away and never see you again. That's not the goal of Anna Maria. Anna Maria, this falls right in our mission of giving back the community and people. And so it's the perfect way for us to continually support things and continually see what's going on. What is your biggest weakness right now? Maybe it's police, maybe it's dispatch, maybe it's DPW, maybe it's retention. I know Jim's right from the very beginning, and Showman, we talk about the ability for us to pivot and come up with what you need. So the next steps that I envision would be department head meetings where we get to hear back, and it was Stephanie's ideas, to go to the department head meetings with all our deans and experts and say, what do you need? You mentioned business tonight, right? You know, our business dean is on our partnership team. We're actually have the business department right now, Capstone Project kids are working, I call them kids, are working on our marketing plan for our partnership program. So we're doing things internally to support our partnership program so it has longevity and things like that. So we're excited about that. We're interested to hear, is it a retention problem? Is it a training problem? Is it a certificate that's needed? Between online options we have on campus, or just the ability to put something together for you from Anna Maria to address a need that you might have. You know, God forbid we go through crises in towns. I was in Holden for 35 years. We dealt with crises. And after those crises, we would always look around and go, what can we do better? Well, we can do better now. You could do better now with maybe educational support from Anna Maria College. I wish I had that as a police chief. I wish I could have had that. You know what? Let's just put together a program online. It's a great update, and we, you know, for this amount, boom, we can get these people trained. So it's a great option. It's wide open right now. We're excited about getting feedback from Northborough. We can't wait to have our first meetings with Steph and her crew and see what can we do for you. And that's the exciting part of this.
Any questions or comments?
Go ahead.
You first.
I guess a couple of questions for Steph, currently, is this cost borne by Northborough, or are these costs borne by the
There's
individuals?
zero cost.
Okay.
Zero, yeah.
I'll have the president talk to that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, no, this partnership isn't dependent upon us. It's basically giving the town, the schools discounts off education.
No, I guess just a clarifying question. If an individual were to partake in one of the programs offered, does the town of Northborough pay, or does the individual pay?
The individual.
Okay, that was.
Yes, yep.
Great questions. May I? Yeah, I was going to point, there's a general provision. Thank you for providing this. I'm a pretty quick reader of contracts. That's what I do. But, and I'm supportive of this. But it does say each party shall remain responsible for its own costs and expenses relating to implementation of this MOU unless otherwise specifically agreed in writing, blah, 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 blah. So that's kind of already covered in here. But as far as, that's a good follow-up question. I mean, of course, we could, in the future, reach an agreement to the contrary.
Right.
I'm not saying let's do that, but where the town pays for an employee's education or something, but that would be a different,
Right.
that would be a different thing. Well, that's not what we're talking about right now.
No.
My one question, maybe Stephanie, you can help me with this one, is, so this does obligate us to provide a representative to interface with their representative. Do you have an idea of who you think that might be, or, I know it's not perfect science, but like, what's the workload going to be on that person that's added? Because I just want to be sensitive to our people's time. This sounds like a possibly very positive relationship. I'm
Right.
just wanting to help understand what's going to be the,
So I would say I could be the main point of contact, and I would work with whatever department had interest. And Dave pointed out, I would have a department head meeting. I mean, you name them right off the bat where we're hurting, you know, paramedics, dispatch, police. so-
Retention, yeah.
Retention, yep, so that's the easy part, and if the interest is there, then I'd connect the two parties, and, yeah.
and you feel, I take it from your expression, you feel okay with that?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
It's a great resource for the town of Northborough and the school as well.
I'll just add, like, I know, so I grew up in Washington State where we have what's called Running Start, or at least did at the time, which is where the state actually will pay for a associate's degree the junior and senior year of high school. So I graduated high school going to a community college. paid for by the state. So I had an associate's degree when I graduated. I don't know how it would work. So do you all know how it would, let's say hypothetically, and maybe it may depend, but let's say a student at Algonquin says, hey, I'd like to get dual enrollment credit at your school, and super great from my perspective. Do you know how that impacts the state's reimbursements per pupil? Or like, I assume that we wouldn't get the, not that that's like a driving factor for me, but like, I'm just wondering how
Actually,
the finances work in that situation.
The cost is free to the high school students, so absolutely, they can take 2 classes from Anna Maria, cost free.
So,
Yeah, so you don't-
And use them anywhere.
and
so
use
my
them
question is, and I'm not an expert, maybe Mike knows more than I do, or anyone else knows more than me. I understand we get some amount of state aid per pupil. Am I wrong about that?
Yes.
And so we wouldn't be getting the state aid for the pupil who's not going to our school. Presumably, you would get to have that state aid because they're going to your school. Is that right? Or am I totally misunderstanding that?
Yeah, we're talking college. So per pupil, as in our students that are in the Northborough high schools.
Yeah, so let's say hypothetically, someone who's going to be a senior at Algonquin
In their
says
classes.
instead, I want to take full-time here instead and get, does that not happen? Oh,
No,
okay,
they
so that's
can't do
different.
full-time, that's
Oh, okay,
different.
oh, okay.
So it's just for them to
Thank you for
earn
that.
about 6.
My program was full-time, that's why that was what was in my
Okay,
head.
okay. Yeah, I mean, it's virtually the program, they're hoping that this new development, what we've been working with, is that kids get somewhere between 12 and 16 credits through this first phase of what we're trying to do. And the goal is down the line is to get the full associate's degree eventually. But it's really to get those kids that might not have a college option involved.
Understood.
It's not geared towards the AP kids, but in essence, they, like I said, they can use those credits anywhere.
Right.
They'll have an Anna Maria transcript, but they'll be able to use them anywhere.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so sorry for my confusion on that. So they'll continue to be an Algonquin pupil, but who's taking part-time.
Exactly.
And in the appendices, we will tailor make an Algonquin MOU
Yeah.
into what they need, and same with Assabet. We've already, we have 2 or 3 tech schools, Worcester Tech, Keefe Tech, in the pipeline right now that we've been working with MOUs. So over the last year, we've been able to develop these templates that are we're really proud of to carry on to move them to other areas.
I kind of wish Massachusetts had the same program as
Well,
Washington.
that's what
had.
they're working towards. That's-
Worked for me.
Yeah.
Anyway,
That's fantastic.
thanks.
So we're the first town that you're going to partner with.
Pretty awesome.
I would agree.
Well, I worked for Stephanie too, so that was another one. I've worked for everybody here. They just keep giving me things
Now
to
I'm the
do.
lowest man on the totem pole. Yeah.
So, on page 2 of the memorandum, at the bottom, educational opportunities for Northborough students, our high school is Algonquin.
Yes. Yeah, we'll fix that, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Well,
Northborough High.
I think what you're getting at, Northborough and Southborough students.
Oh, no, yeah, that's a
No,
good point, and it isn't for
like
Southborough.
this needs to be corrected if this is a legal document.
Well, I don't think so. Didn't we discuss that, Dave? That
I think-
because we're
Good question,
regional, it
Did
wouldn't,
you, Chioma,
would it not be the Southborough? I don't know. How would that work?
Yeah, it's up to
Oh,
you, yeah.
okay.
Have
it'd be
you
for
engaged
North-
the Southborough Select Board?
Not yet, mm-mm.
I mean, that's a tough one. But would you be open to?
Yeah, absolutely.
absolutely.
So
Yeah.
not Southborough residents, but Algonquin
Absolutely.
students?
Yes.
Yeah,
To
absolutely.
both Northborough and
Although the Southborough kids can afford it. I mean,
Southborough.
Taxes are catching up.
Okay, so that would
Better
be
fire
great
station
if
company.
you could do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think they kept Algonquin.
So I have to ask you all a question. Are you comfortable voting on this since we just got this?
yeah, I mean, I have one question
Okay, please.
before we vote. Just in regards to, so the collective bargaining contracts that we can speak to, that reimburse for education, would our employees using this, is that reimbursement just based on salary, or is it actually like out-of-pocket expense for the
Oh,
education?
yeah, that's entirely different.
That's
Th-
entirely
this is-
different, right?
This is a program that employees would choose to sign up personally and, you know, attain all of these credits, and it would be at their cost 100%. And that's what the MOA, the provision within the MOA stated.
Right, so so there'd be nothing that,
No,
and even in a contract, collective bargaining, that we'd be reimbursing where this
no,
could
in
possibly
the
save money?
contracts are specific.
Okay.
To what we're reimbursing.
Gotcha.
Yep.
So that's a really good, I was trying to ask
It
that, clear.
is.
That's really clear.
Yeah.
So if every single one of our Northborough employees were to partake of a class,
Yep.
there would be no cost to Northborough, and any employees getting reimbursed at any level, it would be completely at their out-of-pocket expense.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I just didn't know if this could maybe
Yeah, I'm-
apply to reimbursement rates on education, but it's bargained differently, so.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, no, that was a good question.
Can I follow on to that? Great question. They could get a certificate through this program that then qualifies them for a stipend or something under one of our agreements, I assume, right? So I think we do have some, like, you get a little bit more pay if you get this level of certification, like a paramedic
Oh,
certificate.
oh.
Like a
I know what you're
paramedic
saying, yeah.
certificate, for example.
Yes, I guess you're right, yeah.
No, I'm not saying
But they
that's a
could
bad
do that
thing.
regardless.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying,
Yeah.
this would be an option that they could pursue to get that kind of certificate that then would entitle them, just like if they went anywhere else.
Right,
To
absolutely.
receive additional pay. I mean, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, I'm saying this
No,
is an option
no,
for them.
Yeah,
So this would start next semester or fall semester?
Fall. Fall is typically a better time.
And this is for 5 years, the MOU is for 5 years. Is there any chance, would anybody like an update in a year?
I mean, once it's signed, all the other things can, people, other than the school things, would be in effect.
Uh-huh.
Right.
No, but I mean, just like in a year, get some
Oh,
information about
absolutely.
how it's going, how
Okay,
many people are-
yeah.
I'd love to update.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it sounds like a great thing at no cost to the town, and
And
could
with
really
just
help.
the amendment of changing Northborough High School to Algonquin.
And so would we vote on this pending a vote from the Southborough Select Board, or?
No, they wouldn't have to because they're allowing for the Southborough Algonquin students to also partake in this.
Oh, okay.
Not the town of Southborough.
Right,
Well,
okay.
this, if we change the wording though, should it be town Northborough and Algonquin? Because
Yes.
if, okay.
Yeah.
And once we get you guys and the template finalized, we'll be reaching out to Southborough.
Okay, that's great.
Oh, yeah, we've just been waiting for this.
superintendent.
We've been waiting to get this one done so we could
Yeah, yeah,
offer it to some other communities.
yeah.
Yes. So just the clarification, I don't know if I make it in the motion or not, but the clarification, just so everyone's clear, is like, we're not intending to decide this for Southborough. They can decide it for
Right.
themselves. And
Right.
we're not intending to obligate any Southborough students or anything like that. But we're saying, as to people within our jurisdiction, we're saying, yeah, we support
Offered and,
going for this, right? Okay.
So we will vote on an MOU between the town of Northborough and the Algonquin High School and Anna Maria College as presented,
So
right?
the MOU is just between the town of Northborough. Just the
yeah,
town of
so
Northborough.
the wording will change in the MOU. So instead of saying Northborough High School, it'll just say Algonquin.
Okay, okay. All right.
And then, can I also amend the motion, not amend, it hasn't been made yet, but there's a place for a signature from the chair, so I would propose that I move to authorize the chair to sign for us.
Oh.
If you're okay with that.
Yes.
So.
Okay, well, we can vote on
that's
that.
What I'll do. May I?
Are we ready to vote? Is there any other comments?
My only comment is, I mean, they did give us a very thorough and helpful presentation already with quite a bit of paperwork we looked through at that time. I mean, I always would like to receive contracts earlier. This was a short and easy read, well-written. I mean, thank you for that. I always would like to receive stuff more in advance, but I'm not gonna, my opinion is it's not gonna hold me up on this one.
Okay. Everybody else ready?
I'm good.
Okay, then, is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that the board vote to approve the proposed memorandum of understanding between the town of Northborough and Anna Maria College as presented, and to authorize the chair to sign for the board.
I think we need to add Algonquin in though, right?
No,
Well, to
As
amend-
amended.
As amended, yeah.
As amended per the discussion,
Okay.
we're not attempting to bind Southborough or any of its residents in any way.
No.
Second.
Sorry.
motion made by Jacob, seconded by Mike. Let's do a roll call vote. Laura?
Aye.
Jacob?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And I vote aye. And thank you very much. We look forward to this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Looks like Stephanie will be telling me what to do again. I saw that before.
Stephanie, thank you so much.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much, so nice to meet you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have a request for public comment. Yes, please, come up to the podium.
Hopefully there's no,
Should we be able to hear you better from here?
is it a good cell zone?
What?
Is it a good zone?
Cell coverage is all right here?
Listen, 2 weeks ago or whenever it was, I was calling you from Hawaii.
Wow.
Why would you do that?
Why would I? Why would I?
That's
I wonder.
dedication.
Not only was I in Hawaii, but I was at the National Volcano Park. I was standing literally on a volcano while I was talking to you. But
That's
anyway.
a first. I don't think that's happened before.
I was gonna weave that into, this is erupting and so am I, but whatever. Anyway. Gee, what do I want to talk about tonight? Thank you, first of all, for accommodating my public comment out of order in the agenda. Lest anyone be confused about my rants on the fire station, I am for the fire station building project. I am glad that the firefighters are getting a new house. They deserve it. I have no problem with it. Do I think it's a little big? Yes. Do I think it's a little over budget? Yes. But here's the question, here's the issue that I keep bringing up to you in written correspondence and in my public comments, which is that no one is informing the town about these contaminated soils that are continuing to be removed from the fire station building project. On your agenda tonight, you have an item related to it, but nothing indicates that we're talking about contaminated soil removal at a cost of what we know, I think right now, is a guaranteed $1 million that the town has paid out of borrowed monies, could be as high as 2, I don't know. And this is over a 30-year period with a 4 or 5% interest rate. So what's that going to be ultimately to the town? A $4 or $5 million payback on contaminated soil removal? You also have later on discussion, I presume, about the school budget and the issues that they're having. And right now it's $2 or $3 million over what it should be. That's being discussed. That has articles in the newspaper. This does not. It's the same amount of money essentially. Mr. Tijan's comment at the previous meeting, some people want this shouted from the rooftop. I do. I don't understand why you wouldn't. You're an elected representative for the town. And the town was told at the special town meeting, 0 contamination. And it's not true. And people knew it. Widespread residual contamination. You don't need to be an expert to know that it's structurally unsound and it needed to come out. But we weren't told any of that. And now we've paid $1 million, $2 million, whatever it's going to be, compounded over 30 years. So yeah, I do want it shouted from the rooftops, and I want it addressed. Do I think we're going to get this money back through litigation? No, I don't. So at the end of the day, what's the remedy for this? Maybe just, hey, public, did you know that we had people in the know about this that just chose not to tell us? So I think it puts an asterisk on any future town meetings that we have where our town leaders stand up and tell us this is what's going to happen, where we have this clear example that we were not given the whole picture. So I'm concerned about that, and I would appreciate it if your board would take a little bit more of a proactive approach on this, let the townspeople know that this is still happening and needs to be addressed. Same as the school budget. That's a big issue to resolve. So is this. So that's my public comment. I'm sorry that I'm late. I did my best to get here. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And just for the record, Aaron Hutchins, what's your number at Brigham?
Aaron Hutchins, 91 Brigham Street.
Thank you very much. Did you want to comment on how, this is something that has to be handled sensitively? And we're doing our best to try to be deliberate and sensitive to any possible legal implications. But we do appreciate, your concern, and I'm sure many people's concern.
And I am not looking to, have a public execution. I'm not looking to drag people's names through the mud. But, having on the agenda, as I suggested in written correspondence to you, fire station building update, contaminated soil removal, that doesn't do anything in terms of litigation preclusion or dragging somebody through the mud. That just says what it is. But, because otherwise, what's the update for tonight's agenda item? Is it just how the building's going? I mean, the FBSC is taking care of that. So, anyway.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, all right, so moving on. Oh, hi, Ally.
How do I follow that?
Why don't you come up and explain to us about special municipal employees?
Excellent. Thank you for having me. So I'm just going to read the goal out loud so that the public can hear it, but I'm looking to allow K-8 teachers employed by the Northborough Public Schools to also work as paid recreation instructors under the Recreation Department as a special municipal employee. So for the whole time that I've been here, I've been unable to hire K-8 teachers in Northborough. And I have to look out to Southborough, Shrewsbury, Westborough, and try and find teachers to run, be instructors to certain programs that we have, run summer programs. Right now, I have a Southborough teacher that is our camp director. I would love to be able to utilize the staff that we have. They already know the kids. They already know the locations. They're just a part of the community. Southborough, Shrewsbury, and Westborough both use this special municipal employee role so that they can hire their own staff. All three of those rec departments have exploded in the past 5 years. And now they have lots and lots of programming. And so they're using multiple teachers from their communities, which makes less available to me. So I'm just looking to you guys to see if you can approve this for me so that I'm able to go and actually employ the people that are already in our community.
So this is mostly for summertime?
We like to have instructors as well. There are some instructors that are coaches at Algonquin that would love to do programs with us, but they work for the K-8, so they can't. I mean, they're literally the coaches at the high school, and I cannot employ them because they work for the K-8 schools, which is unfortunate.
And it's totally legal, apparently.
It's only legal if you vote on it.
Yes. And then once the person is hired, they have to disclose it to the town clerk as far as an ethics issue.
And, it seems like this board always wants to know any extra cost to the town.
No, I would
Okay.
be paying them what I would pay any of the other
Oh, I see.
employees. Yes,
All right,
it's
great.
basically, you're not allowed to be paid by the same employer for two separate jobs. So that's why this is considered a special municipal employee. It's exempt if you agree that it would be okay for me to do that.
Okay. Any questions or comments?
No, I'm surprised. I'm happy that we're doing this. And I'm sorry that you've gone through so much pressure with hiring for so long. I'm happy that we have a solution available. And I hope this helps alleviate some of the hiring pressure
As do
for
I.
you and for all the programs you offer.
It's just unfortunate when I have a teacher call me and ask me why I didn't ask them to run a program. Like an art teacher that works at Lincoln Street, and I have to hire an art teacher from somewhere else to run the summer camp. It just doesn't really make any sense. So I would love to be able to utilize the wonderful staff that we have in town.
Makes perfect sense. Yep, Jacob?
Thanks. I think it makes sense as well. It would seem to me that if anyone had an objection to it, it would be like the superintendent who would be like, hey, don't have my employees blah, 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 blah. But have we heard any objection? Let me just ask you, Steph, have you heard anyone saying this isn't a good
No.
idea or anything from the school committee, or we don't have anything in our, I haven't seen anything.
Yeah, Southborough's been doing it for years, so I
Right.
don't think Greg, the
Okay.
superintendent, would have.
Probably he's fine.
That's true.
I don't want us to have to speculate what they're thinking. I'm just like,
Yeah.
they haven't said
I
anything, so I'm
have
kind
no-
of taking that as they're not against this. At least they
Right.
haven't told us that they're against it. Okay.
I haven't heard anything.
I'm just thinking, I always try to think at all angles, like, if they had an issue, I would take that into consideration. It doesn't sound
Right.
like we're aware that they do. It sounds like there's potential upside to teachers and to your department. I'm a little concerned when you use words like their rec department exploded. I'm not sure I want our rec department to explode, whatever that means.
It grew.
Okay. I mean, how, do you have any guess on like number of these part-time individuals, like in a year we might be talking about? Are we talking about 2 or 3? Are we talking about 20 or 30?
1 or 2.
1 or 2, okay.
That's it.
Okay. I'm okay with reasonable growth. Exploding worries me. Even if it's a good explosion, it's still explosion.
I don't
so.
see there being more than 2 per year, to be honest.
Is
All
it
right.
getting more difficult to hire college kids during the summer? Yeah, I've heard this. So this could help you out.
Less and less kids need jobs, which is kind of odd, but that's just
Because
what's
they have
happening.
moms and dads, that's why.
What is the hourly cost?
To pay for, you mean, what I pay my staff? Minimum wage right now is 15, so I start my staff off at 16, because to me, being a camp counselor is a lot harder than working at a grocery store, or, you know what I mean, there are other jobs that are out there. So we're trying to get the best staff to come and work for us. So I just do $1 above minimum wage.
Is that about the same as what the other towns are paying?
I'm a little bit higher. A lot of them do $15.50, but I also pull in kids from other towns to work here, so it's a draw to be 50 cents
They got to
more.
drive quite a bit for a couple of hours. Yeah.
But we have gotten some great kids from Grafton and Shrewsbury, and so we're open.
I have one more question. Can I ask another?
Yeah.
Is this going to affect our bylaws? Does this need to be voted on? Because I think in the bylaw right now, there's the wording in the personnel area where you can't have multiple jobs within the same town. I mean, within this. Does that sound familiar?
Well, that's
Yeah,
what
that's
this is
this.
about.
So it's not, is this going to affect our bylaws? Do we need to vote on this at town meeting, or is this okay that way that we're doing it tonight?
I'll look into that.
Thank you.
I did call that. They said it would just have to be the Board of Selectmen vote.
Okay, and I did read
Yeah.
that, but I just still,
Yeah,
I'll
we,
confirm.
yeah, okay.
The Mass General Law supersedes our town laws.
I have no idea what MGL says on this one, so
but our
It
bylaws.
says it's okay.
then, if that's true, then it sounds great.
I just didn't know if it needed to go to town meeting for a vote. That was my question.
I can look.
So I
Well,
don't know.
since we're
Yeah,
fixing all of our bylaws.
we'll have
this-
amendments,
Yeah.
we'll have other
Great.
amendments, yeah.
Thank you, though.
All right, any other, yep.
Yeah, just a couple questions. So just to kind of circle back to what Jacob had asked, just to be sure, was this discussed or brought up with the superintendent of
No.
schools?
I wanted to bring it to you first.
Okay. And then, since the idea is hiring people who are already on staff for a second role, my understanding would be also that these second roles would also be considered pensionable income, right? It wouldn't be separate from that. I don't know if.
That I would have to find out.
Yeah, I know that's maybe my interpretation, Worcester Regional.
Right.
I'm curious just what they would say,
That's-
so.
That's a great question. I can find that out and let you know.
Thank you for asking that one. That is good.
Do we want to vote on it tonight, or
Yeah,
wait
the-
for that information?
That's prompted another thought of mine. Like, I don't know how this works, and I'm always afraid of things I don't know. I'm supportive of this, but I wouldn't want a situation where we have like a full-time personnel who's subject to wage and hour laws, now because of a part-time role that we're saying this is okay to do. Oh, but when you combine them two, you're now overtime, so now we have to figure out where we're paying you overtime. I don't know if that ever even would happen or whatnot, but that's an area I'd probably want to be careful of if we were doing this. It sounds to me like we're more talking about people who are working during slower seasons and other times, but I would be concerned about, I always want to make sure we're complying with everything, including if overtime laws would apply, let's make sure we know, and I'd be less excited about paying someone overtime.
I
mean,
do
not to be,
know-
not to sound stingy.
Yeah, I did talk about that with the other towns, and they do not pay overtime.
Okay. Well, I just want to make sure whatever we're doing is compliant
Right.
with whatever.
Because they have teachers that stay and run their after-school programs consistently every day. So I know that they do not pay, we wouldn't be able to run a program paying a teacher overtime.
All right.
Are we comfortable?
Sorry, teachers, like I said, I'm not against people making money, but it's just trying to keep an eye on our dollars.
Are we comfortable voting on this tonight, or?
Do we need that answer before, though? Okay.
I think we
Sorry?
trust that they'll do what's lawful.
Yes, definitely. Absolutely. Okay.
So, should we vote tonight, or do you want to wait and get?
I think my gut is to wait. I mean, is it going to
When-
affect you?
Yeah, when were you thinking of hiring somebody?
Well, we're looking to run a program in January with one of the high school coaches, so
Okay,
I
so-
would like to try and get it.
Can,
Because I do have to go out and advertise it.
I just feel like if something comes back and we're like, oh, we already voted on it.
Yep.
If we could put you on for, you can even just jump on the screen. Or you don't even have to come. I'll know the answers by then, but they came up with some good questions.
Okay.
And I just want to check before, they make a vote and.
Okay.
But I really appreciate where you're coming from, and I know we'll get to the answer. I just want to make sure if there's anything else we need to do
Yeah.
based on that.
No, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure, that the OT, if it's pensionable,
It would be super great if the superintendent could just give us like either thumbs up, thumbs down, or neutral.
yeah, he'll probably be fine, but yeah, I will.
I mean, I assume it's
Sure,
thumbs
he's going
up,
to be
but
2 thumbs up.
I don't want to assume too much,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
No, that's excellent. I appreciate your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ally.
Okay, so next we move on to a public hearing. At this time, I will open the public hearing for the FY 2026 property tax classification. This hearing is being held in accordance with all applicable provisions of Massachusetts general laws and the Town of Northborough's regulations. The purpose of this public hearing is to receive information, ask questions, and take public comment regarding the request before the board. So I think we're going to get a presentation
Hello.
on,
Sitting here and looking smart.
Good evening, everyone.
good evening.
Lee Kirmani Vong. I'm the town assessor. With me, thank you. With me is Chris Reedy. He is my board member. And can everyone see this? I hope everyone had the opportunity to take a look at this packet. I'm just going to go over some highlights. Feel free to stop me at any time as I'm moving along. And of course, I'll answer any and all questions at the end. The values for FY26 were approved back in September. Cities and towns that are certified by the state as assessing property at full fair cash value are allowed to shift the tax burden among the major property classes. The purpose of this hearing is to provide this board any and all information for you to make some policy decisions. I'm going to go over some information, mainly the value of the town, the breakdown, residential versus commercial, the overall value from last year till now, as well as some budget numbers, the property tax levy, where we got that. I just kind of want to give you the overall budget, some of the funding sources, and how we arrived at the property tax levy. As we move along, you'll see how both of those numbers kind of come together for you to make some property tax choices. There are 4 options. The first one is single tax rate versus split tax rate. I'll be concentrating mostly on that. Again, I'll answer any questions you have. Open space discount doesn't really apply to Northborough. I don't have any open space properties. We haven't had any in several years. There's also residential exemption and the small commercial exemption. I'll go over some of that information. Really doesn't fit our town as far because of the makeup of the town, but I'll answer any questions there. I do want to preface that this hearing does not determine how much money can be raised. It only determines the distribution of the tax levy. So you're choosing who pays what, okay? As far as FY26, the values for FY26 are based on how the property stood as of January 1st, 2025. They were developed primarily from sales from calendar 2024, commercial and industrial income and expense data from 2024, personal property forms of list, and field inspections from my staff, sales review, permits, and cyclical review. The following statistical averages were observed. Single-family properties increased by 6%, condos by 5%, two families by 14%. Commercial properties were a little flat, but overall up by 2%. Vacant land saw an increase by 17%. Overall, the town saw an increase in total value of $207,535,030, or about 4.6% compared to last year. This is a breakdown. I get this right off of Gateway, the state's website. This is a before and after. I'm sorry if the portion above you can't really see, but it breaks down all of the parcels that we have, the class that we have, and their combined values. And it gives you a before and after. I'll definitely put this packet on the assessor's page of the town website for everybody to see. But again, it'll give you an idea of percent increases from last year versus now. And this is just an overall picture of the makeup of the town. We're about 74% residential, 26% commercial. A little increase on the residential side compared to last year. And again, an overall increase in value of over 207 million. The increase in value is a combination of both market adjustments and new growth. Throughout the year, the assessor's office reviews and captures what we call new growth value. Most of this is new construction, renovation work, parcels that are new to taxation, something that was exempt from last year and now taxable for the first time, lot splits, that type of thing. The town saw a total of $41,493,000 in new growth value. Some of this included 11 single-family homes completed. I do have a couple of just partially constructed that we'll be picking up next year. 3 new condos, 1 two-family, 1 retail building, and several major renovation projects. The majority of our new growth in here in Northborough is the renovation work. This approved new growth value resulted in $591,277 in allowable tax growth dollars. This amount, as you'll see, is used in calculating the levy limit for FY26. Just a visual of this year's new growth. Most of it was personal property. Some of the big utility companies that we have, NSTAR, Mass Electric, their equipment. We also have some big accounts like Amazon and Iron Mountain. A lot of their equipment and merchandise is in inventory. It's part of that personal property. As far as determining the property tax levy, the property tax levy is the portion of the budget that gets paid through property taxes. It's usually the largest funding source. As you can see, this year it's about 75% of that budget. And just to give you an idea, this information comes directly from the state website. This big budget number, the 93 million, this includes the operating budget along with other appropriations voted in at town meeting. We take the big budget number, we slowly chip away with different funding sources, state aid, local receipts, enterprise funds, CPA, and other revenue sources, including free cash. We are left with this year's estimated property tax levy. That is $70,029,500. There are limits to how much each city and town can tax from one year to the next. If you've all heard of Prop 2.5, you take last year's levy limit, add the 2.5%, add the new growth that was approved by the state. That gives us this year's levy limit. The law also allows us to add what are called debt exclusions. Typically, you don't have 30 million lying around to build a new school or fire station. You usually borrow for that. So this debt exclusion is this year's principal and interest for certain constructions. Some of these construction things were like several years old, right, Jason? Yeah. The existing, yeah. Yeah. That gives us the maximum allowable levy of 71.3 million. And as you see, the maximum allowable levy is the 71.3 million. Estimated levy is 70,029,500. And as you can see, we are well below that maximum allowable. We have 1.2 million in excess levy capacity. So we are in compliance with Prop 2.5. And the reason why we're here, so the select board must vote to determine the percentage of the tax levy to be paid among the major classes. You have two options. You're gonna adopt a residential factor of 1 that will allow all property classes to be taxed at the same rate. It's the single tax rate. Or adopt a residential factor of less than 1. When that happens, the residential share will decrease. The CIP, commercial, industrial, personal property share, will increase. This is commonly known as the dual tax rate or the split tax rate. The way we get there is we take this year's estimated levy, the 70 million. We also have the value of the town broken down. The total town value is 4.7 billion. I take this year's estimated levy, divide by the new town value, I get an estimated tax rate of 1482. This is the simple math formula. If the select board chooses to do so, we can leave this like as it is. This is the residential factor of 1 option. Okay, you're actually just determining how much of the residential share will either be the same or be reduced. If that is your choice, then the estimated tax rate for all classes will be $14.82. That will equate to a tax bill on the average single-family property for $10,460. This is based on this year's average single-family value of $7,058. This is an increase if I'm comparing last year's average tax bill versus now. That is an increase of about $998 or 10.55%. The average commercial property will have an average tax bill of $33,200. This is an increase of about $1,600 or 6%. Historically, the select board has voted a residential factor of 1, resulting in a single tax rate. This is just a 10-year look back. As you can see, I have the average assessed single-family value, average single-family tax bill, and the net difference from last year till now, and the state ranking. Right now, we're kind of like in the, if I go number 1 is the most expensive, we're right around like the 70 range. And this is a 5-year look back of the average single-family tax bill compared to some of our neighboring towns. Northborough is here in red. We're usually right in between, a little bit more than Grafton and Shrewsbury, but almost always less than Southborough and Westborough. Same thing with the average single-family value compared to our immediate neighbors. Northborough here is in the red, and again, we're usually right in between Grafton and Shrewsbury and Westborough and Southborough. The other option is the residential factor of less than 1. Again, you're choosing who pays what. So this is an example of a 10% shift from the residential share to the commercial share. If this board decides to do a 10% shift, for example, the residential tax rate will decrease, the commercial tax rate will increase. The average tax bills for the year will also follow suit. Residential tax bill will actually decrease. With this example of a 10% shift, the residential tax bill will decrease by $367. Average commercial tax bill will increase by about $3,300. This is a chart of a residential factor of 1 all the way down to maximum shift, the 1.5 shift. This is the minimum residential factor. Just to give you an idea of what would happen should this board decide to shift some of the residential share onto the CIP. Anybody have any questions as I move along? I know I'm going a little fast here.
Yes.
I have questions, but I was saving them.
Oh, sorry. In the first slide, you said vacant land is increasing.
Say that again?
I think on the first slide, you had something that said vacant land is increasing, and I'm wondering how that's possible.
So a couple of years ago, the residential class, we typically value them through sales. So in 2021 and 2022, an average buildable lot, like a vacant lot, they were selling from between 200,000 to about 275. So my value, like I chose to keep that value right around 230, 240. Now they're selling for like over 300,000, 350. I can't keep them in that 230 range. The state wants assessments and sale data to be close.
Got it.
So that's the major reason.
Got it.
I chose to
Okay.
keep it low, but
Say that again?
Thank you.
They want assessments and sale data to be close?
yes, so their standards are within 10%. So again, that's why previously I had land in the 230, 250 range. They're selling for like 350
Per acre?
per buildable lot.
Oh.
Yeah.
So isn't that gonna depend on, I'm sorry. Can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course.
Isn't that gonna depend a lot on the lot? Like if it's a lot on the cliff that you can't build on, versus if it's 15 buildable acres, like, I mean, each lot,
I think he's given like an average.
yeah, okay.
Like a buildable lot means you can put a well on it, you can, the
Something that can be
ready.
developed. So in your example, Jacob, if I have an unbuildable lot, I am making an adjustment.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
Slide 15, where you have the graph that shows how our property values have increased and therefore our taxes have increased.
Yep.
Do you have anything like that for commercial and industrial? Any visual like that?
I don't have it here, but in years past, we included the mall, which kind of skewed everything.
Meaning Northborough Crossing?
Yeah, because they were part of the commercial class, but like if I have $100 million assessment, $110 million assessment, that's gonna bring everybody's average up. I can give you that data, I just don't have it in this packet.
I just wonder what their trend is also.
I can tell you, commercial and industrial over the last 2 years, I came here in 2023, they did increase. Commercial was 10% over 2 years, industrial 15 and 17%. They were lower. They've kind of flattened out this year. So I can tell you the trend like over the last 2 years. I'll have to dig up information if you want anything older than that.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you.
Sure.
And, okay.
Anybody else?
Oh,
yes.
To try to just stay up to date with the slides we've seen, can you go back to the one showing our neighbors?
Okay.
Yeah. Just curious, so I would consider Marlboro and Hudson comparable. Any reason, like, I know that we've been using these same 5 for a long time. Maybe it's just because we've been using the same 5 for a long time, it's why. But why wouldn't we put Marlboro and Hudson on here?
Both Marlboro and I don't like using Shrewsbury as this comp. They're both small cities.
Yeah.
I would rather not, and their makeups are a little different. I was told to just put like our immediate neighbors. Hudson is also a little different because it's kind of odd. They shift their tax rate, and not only do they shift to the max. They shift to the super max. So I don't think it's really a good comp. Here, I don't like using Shrewsbury, but again, I wanted to just give you an idea of like what our immediate neighbors are.
Yeah, because I was going to comment on, like, my view is if you're including Shrewsbury, you got to include Marlboro. They're both
Right.
43, 45,000. I mean,
I-
the issue is Marlboro on this graph would be like, pew, really low.
Yeah.
And Hudson is also lower than everyone else on this graph. That's why I'm just curious why they're not.
But Marlboro's not a single tax rate, right?
No, they're split.
Hudson and Marlboro are dual.
They're-
That's
they're
why
both
I'm
dual.
asking, why aren't we using them as comparison points?
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not trying to sound, I'm just like, I don't know, I'm very sensitive to data selection, and this seems to be omitting some relevant data points.
I'll try to include them next time around, and I'll make a note, Again,
Could you speak to, say, Southborough, Westborough, right? Kind of my eye catches them as maybe our closest, sort of, especially Westborough. I don't know if
Okay.
you could speak to if you agree that they should be in there or as comparables.
I was asked to just, how are our immediate neighbors doing? These guys are single tax rate, and we are too, and so I kind of just put it out there. As far as assessed values and average tax bills, that's kind of like where we fall. I'm sorry, Chris, did
No,
you?
it's fine. Hudson single-family house prices are lower than Northborough, and Southborough's much higher on average. Much smaller town, and that will skew the results. And so Hudson, Marlboro's probably the same with single family. I haven't looked at it recently, so I couldn't say, but you're getting bid to apple and oranges. That just makes it more difficult.
Berlin also has a split tax rate, right?
Yeah,
They do, yes.
they're much smaller though.
Yeah. But I wonder if they're at all comparable.
It kind of depends. Again, just like with Shrewsbury, I personally don't like using them as a comp because their budget is different.
Mm-hmm.
They get way more in state aid compared to us, so there are a lot of like moving parts. But yeah, moving forward, if this board wants me to add additional data, I'd
I'm also
love to do so.
sensitive to keeping everything pretty on a page, and the more data you put, it gets uglier.
Everything's
very
gonna like
understand that, so I'm not saying, you've done a good job here. Don't get me wrong.
Thank you.
Jump in, but these are similar to, this is just laid out in a different way, but we do similar with our I'm going to put it in air quotes, affordability. Our affordability measures where we compare to our neighbors, where in a lot of my presentations, I use the same towns. Marlboro, we've generally left out just because there's a lot of differences between Marlboro, the makeup of the commercial versus residential. I think the single-family home was hard to determine the value of because it's a lot of apartments and so forth. We've typically not included Marlboro in the measures for whatever reason, but I have a colorful slide as well in a lot of my presentations where over time the relative ranking in the state is plotted on that, and it kind of shows the same data just in a different format. But yeah, we typically include Berlin in that too, and they're a small town, but they're a neighbor, and this is telling the same story that basically my affordability measures in the other presentations do. So we include Berlin and Hudson in those measures as well. But those were similar towns and similar enough to, I think, include in those measures. But Marlboro, it's a city. The demographics are different. The state aid is different, and there's enough differences that we didn't include it. But we could probably throw it into other presentations it is a neighbor, so.
Yeah, the only reason I think it's relevant here, and it may not be relevant in other contexts because of the state aid point that you're mentioning, is one of the things we're going to hear in a minute, I suspect. Thank you, by the way, getting these slides to us in advance. I studied them very closely, so thank you. Is that dual tax rate is really bad and scary for commercial industrial. And yet, Hudson and Marlboro seem to be doing great in commercial industrial. So the fact that they're not in here for us to talk about, they are two examples I'd like to talk about. That's why I brought it up.
Another interesting town, I mean, Grafton's 2 towns over. Sudbury's 2 towns over. Similar school rankings, similar town size. Regional school, like, that's another one I think's kind of interesting.
Anyway,
I mean, just trying to figure out, because we see these same books all the time, and I think Sudbury has a dual tax rate as well, don't they? That's my understanding they do.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure about Sudbury.
ChatGPT says they do, but that's
Could be hallucinating.
That's pulling from their town
I would say
website.
the home values, though, in Sudbury are probably a lot more,
Right.
or a lot higher than Northborough.
Sure, I could say probably the same for Southborough, probably say the same for Westborough.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I mean, it's just interesting.
Continued, yeah.
It's interesting, that's all.
Yes, please.
I've been a commercial real estate appraiser for 35 years, I guess. If I was looking for $1 million sale, I'd go to Sudbury. And been that way probably for 8 to 10 years. And in that respect, and you can find plenty of them. And same with parts of Westboro. And you tend to try to look, say, what's your typical sales price, your average sale price, high and low end, and then how does it compare to other towns? And that's, in my mind, the best way to compare.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry, I took you off track. Continue on the track.
Again, some of the pros and cons, I think we were discussing. It does, the biggest pro, it does offer residential property owners some tax relief. Some of the cons, it would shift a greater burden over to the CIP class. Not seen as business friendly, could hinder some prospect of attracting new business. Increase in property expenses, including taxes, are typically passed onto the tenants. And higher commercial taxes can reduce commercial values by increasing expenses. It doesn't happen overnight. It does happen slowly. And if you guys have any questions on that, I think Chris can also expand on that.
I mean, can I jump in on those? I don't know if you want to. Yeah. Taking little bite-sized pieces is helpful, I think. To me, like 3 and 4 are really saying the same thing, but a residential person who rents it is going to ask higher rents, so I don't see why we're saying that's different for commercial. I mean, and I don't see why it's different for a commercial property owner to have their expenses increase compared to a landowner living on their property having their expenses increase. In other words, I feel like this slide is saying, we are pushing you in favor of a 1. Because it's not really fair. Like, the balance here, and I don't see it as a fair, objective analysis. That's a criticism, I understand, but it's because you're saying, oh, well, a commercial property holder raising rent on their commercial tenants is different somehow fundamentally than a residential property owner pushing property tax increases to the rent of their tenants. To me, they're fundamentally the same, except that we have residential property, especially duplexes and triplexes, are paying a proportionally much higher share of the property vis-a-vis property value increases that are not seeing in industrial and commercial. So I'll get to that more in later slides, but like, to me, I think this slide is a little skewed. That's
Well, I
all.
mean, the Board of Assessors does make a recommendation, right? So, I mean, to make a recommendation, I don't think is unfair.
Of course, I agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, and we could talk more about it. I don't want to keep get in front of the presentation.
But this slide's not a recommendation.
Right, well, they make a recommendation later.
Understood, but this slide's not a recommendation, so Jacob's point, I think, is valid, but it doesn't seem like an equally weighted slide.
Anyway, sorry, that was just food for thought. We can continue.
Do you want to finish your thought?
No, we can continue with the presentation.
There are additional tax options. Open space discount is an exemption of up to 25% of the properties in that class. I don't have any here in Northborough. I don't believe we've had any in at least a decade. So this is just a residential exemption. This option reduces the taxable value of the residential parcels that are owner occupied. You're basically shifting the burden from owner occupied onto non-owner occupied properties. You see this in cities like Boston, Cambridge, Brookline, a lot of high rises, apartment buildings. They chose to shift the burden from the owner occupied onto those apartments. Also down by the Cape, a lot of vacation homes, a lot of secondary homes. Those communities chose to shift the burden from the owner occupied onto those type of properties. It's not really used. Last year, as of I believe 20 out of 352 communities use it. The makeup of our town is we're majority owner occupied. We'd actually be shifting the burden onto ourselves. And if you're interested in kind of like a how, this is all of the residential property values and the estimated tax rate and tax burden for all the residential properties. If we apply an exemption, you're actually reducing the assessed value for not just one, but the entire, all of the properties that would qualify. So your value actually decreases. In this example of I believe it's a 10% exemption, your value goes down. The levy actually stays the same, but because the assessed value goes down, your tax rate increases. And again, because of the makeup of our town, the majority of the residential properties are owner occupied. It doesn't really make sense. Small commercial exemption. This is an exemption of up to 10% on properties that would qualify. Some of the exemption guidelines, it's a commercial business, not industrial, cannot have more than 10 employees. The building cannot exceed over $1 million in assessed value. And the exemption goes to the building owner, not the business. I've spoken with a couple of the towns that offer this. I believe 13 out of 352 communities offer this. It is kind of hard to regulate. And again, the exemption actually goes to the building owner. Just at a glance, when I looked at this, maybe a handful of our commercial properties would qualify for this, but we'd be increasing the tax rate for everybody, all of the commercial class, just for a handful of commercial properties. So the Board of Assessors thought that this should not be, this should not move forward. This is a list of the top 10 taxpayers, just to give you an idea. It's usually back and forth between Avalon and the two big distribution warehouses that house Amazon. It's usually like 1 and 2, like the last few years. And as you can see, they do pay about 13% of this year's estimated tax levy. These assessed values are a combination of both the assessed real estate and personal property. Okay. And as far as recommendations, the Board of Assessors does recommend the continued use of a residential factor of 1, resulting in a single tax rate. As far as the residential exemption and a small commercial exemption, because of the makeup of the town, the Board of Assessors feels that those two options should not be considered. And I'll answer any other questions.
Well, let's start with Mike.
Thank you. One question I have, so having the similar presentation, last year, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought then you had said, and maybe you mentioned it today and I missed it, but if you do shift the tax burden, right, to your commercial, because you're now increasing that tax burden on commercial, does that then get factored into future valuation so that you're almost not shooting yourself in the foot a little bit, like you're trying to save and move that burden off the residential, but now you're going to lower that value?
It does happen slowly. It depends on the type of property. I believe the industrial will see it either faster or slower. So with the commercial properties, the way we value them, it's the potential gross rents minus expenses divided by over a rate of return. Taxes would be an expense. So if I have $1 million commercial property, because of higher taxes, whether it be reflected in the tax rate or expenses paid, the taxes paid on the expenses, that $1 million property might now be $975 or $950. And if I do that across the board, you'll see the makeup of the town shift. So instead of 76% residential, 24% commercial, the 24% might naturally shift. Well, not naturally, it'll shift because you're choosing to shift the burden.
Right.
So it won't happen right away. It'll slowly happen. It kind of naturally corrects itself.
Bottom line, business has X amount of income, whether it's, you have tenants paying it or it's owner occupied. You increase the tax, you're gonna have less net income. Less net income reduces the value. If they go to refinance or whatever else, the real estate taxes are factored in, and they can get a lesser loan, and it just sort of goes from there.
John?
Just a clarifying question, in that example, so how do you do that for Amazon? Like, you've got Amazon and you're not looking at their corporate financial statements, I imagine, providing you entity level financial statements to do this analysis?
What we do is those buildings were essentially built on a spec for Amazon to come in. I don't know if that was before.
It was right before.
Right before, okay. So it's the same way it goes. The easy examples is like the drugstores, the CVS, and you get the McDonald's and the like. CVS, Walgreens, they don't want to own the land. They go to a intersection. They offer to do a land lease for X number of years. Then another group that builds these buildings, nationally, they come in, they build the building, then they have people come in at the end to stock it. Then they come up with a rent. And it's to include the land lease, to include the construction costs, to include the mortgage payments, and then it stops at that. That money is reflected in most of the rent, but they're also looking at a return on the rent. You increase the taxes, you're gonna lower what the net income is, and they'll either raise the rent or one way or the other to compensate for that. So it's really a situation where when you do raise that, that's what's gonna happen. Worcester is a prime example. Marlboro somewhat, is the more the rate is raised, the less valuable it is just by plain economics. Unfortunately, but that's what happens with that.
Why doesn't that translate to our residential properties? When you raise the taxes, why?
Yeah, as the value of the commercial goes down, the burden of the taxes shifts onto the residential.
No, but what I'm saying is, it's when our taxes go up, it doesn't reduce our value for single-family homes.
No, this goes for income properties.
Yeah, so there's a real.
There's two different methodologies.
Can I ask a question about that? In our formula, how much weight are we giving to income-based methodology versus sales? Like, is there a factor, is there a weight? I mean, I'd really like to know this formula, honestly. I know it's very complicated, but
I think
maybe it's.
Did I send you the
impossible to?
Video? I know stuff.
I don't think I've seen a video.
No.
I mean, I know that there's generally three. There's replacement value, which probably isn't what you use, and then there's income-based approach, and then there's market-based approach. And it's harder to do market-based approach for a situation where you have fewer data points, which you have in commercial, industrial, because there's fewer comparables and more differences between one property and another. But you still said that the state requires us to get within 10% of actual sales data.
Market data. So with the income producing properties, every year I send out questionnaires. They send me what they're getting for rents, what they're getting for expenses, and we create what we call economic rents and economic expenses and cap rates. So it's not the actual rents and expenses, it's the type of property, what it should command, the type of expenses that are typical for that type of property.
So, and I do know, and just so everyone's clear, correct me if I'm wrong about this, but the assessor's office is not allowed to by law say, Joe, commercial entity, bought this property for X, we're gonna update their value to be the X. You can't spot value like that. That's not allowed, right? So you have to have some broad-based formula that now gets adjusted based on that input that will have an impact, but it's not like you're going to that property to say, we're cranking you up because of your sale. It's goes into the formula. Do I have that basically?
Right. Like the sale, like we review all sales that occur, but the sale has to make sense.
Right.
Up or down. Like I need to explain to the state why.
Yeah, I have a couple other questions, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just kind of circling back to my other question was, obviously, like you showed on one of the slides, adjusting the tax rate, right, drops $400, I think is what was in the residential tax bill, which looks, impressive for something so simple. But again, over time, you're going to end up eating away at that because of the slightly lower assessments on the commercial. So you kind of get that initial shot, but then you're kind of back at square one again at some point. And then you either got to do another shot because it's hard, I guess. Once you go split, it's also, I would think, very hard to go back because now you're going to be increasing it that much more. So it's not something you want to change on a yearly basis. You want to have consistency to it. And it just seems like it looks like an impressive number on the slide, but over time it gets eaten away, and then you have to sort of figure out what to do from there.
It does naturally correct itself, and you are correct. Eventually, you'll have to keep on doing it, and sometimes a little bit more. And
That could end up with the Hudson, who's all the way.
that's exactly what Hudson is doing. Like they have no choice; they have to shift to the max in order to be stable. Like otherwise, their residential tax rate will be skyrocketing compared to ours.
Right. And then as far as like the values, right, I mean, just kind of anecdotally as a person who's not an assessor, just kind of the way I would think about it, right, we can think about our own homes, right, just the value of them that's increased since COVID, right? The COVID real estate booms and residential, that did not happen with commercial and industrial, right? Am I wrong in saying that? I mean, that almost went through a recession, right, for a certain period of time, which is empty commercial, empty industrial. That would affect valuation, that would affect sales data, which would go into your valuations. Is that an incorrect connotation that I have?
Vacancy would affect it, but I don't think it affected as much. Chris, if you want to.
Apartments went up.
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, I send out questionnaires, and they give me rents, and they give me vacancies. A lot of them, no vacancy. Everything was good, even through COVID. And
Right.
I'm like, oh, okay.
I guess the question is like, why is the residential vertical on the straight up and the commercial's kind of very low? Would that go into the valuation, or you're saying no? That sort of perception of it?
Yeah, yes and no, but it kind of depended. Again, I got here in 2023, and I did increase significantly some of the commercial and industrial, and this year kind of went flat. The rents were the rents,
Gotcha.
Yes.
And just on that note that kind of Mike articulates, so in October 21, Blackstone buys $153 million, buys the Amazon parcel. That gradually has gone up. I think it was $110 million in 25.
Combined, if you're talking about
Combining it,
two,
because I think
yep.
the 153 combines it.
Yep.
So I'm trying to keep it like comps. So what is that in 26? Is now is like 125? Is that getting closer to 153 now?
It's 100.
No, the value actually went down because market analysis said that cap rates actually increased. And when cap rates increase, value actually goes down. It's an inverse formula. Chris, if you want to
When the
elaborate.
interest rates went up.
Yeah.
That will, you have the classic $100,000 property. Your net income is $10,000. That's for all expenses, including real estate taxes. And the capitalization rate, which is just the inverse of multiplying it by 10, would be 10%. You come up with a value of $100,000. But if you're, we talked about earlier, if the value goes down to $95,000, it's gonna be worth that much less.
So where I guess when I look at the real estate, the commercial real estate,
Yeah.
it varies in Northborough. And I think we've seen that the value for logistics companies that move stuff around the state is very high based on having the highway access of 495. I mean, I counted 14 trucks on Bartlett the other day, just kind of hanging out, resting on the street. So like they're busy, and there weren't 14 trucks there last year. So I guess where I'm struggling in is, I understand the methodology. It's pretty clear. Maybe it's the methodology approach, and I'm not saying I propose a dual tax rate. I don't know if I do or I don't, but there's something wrong in terms of the economic value being captured for the town versus with the economic value with the residentials. And we have an example, because that building is, if they paid $153 October 2021, it's worth more now than it was then. So where I'm struggling with is the value capture for the town and the fairness in which we pay taxes. I'm struggling with trying to square that when I look at the kinds of businesses that Northborough attracts. And I look at the value that Northborough gives the businesses which they attract, of where we've seen our economic growth on the commercial side, that's where we've seen it.
Well, I can only speak to for 3-4 years ago. When those buildings were being built, they had a rent, and that rent hasn't changed. I don't know if it's a 5 or a 10-year term. They usually spelled out up to 10 years, sometimes up to 20 years. If that rent doesn't change, the value can't go up that much more. And the sales with these type of buildings is, like you said, Blackstone, I think, that bought it.
Yeah.
Yep. They moved, this could go on forever, so I want to try to keep it short, okay? They move properties, groups of properties, that's typically how it sells, around, and they're looking for a return. Back prior to COVID, companies were actually chasing returns, as they said. My cap rates, especially for apartments, were pulling down 3%, 3.5%. I think they're back up a little more. But if they have anything, around a $10 a foot rent, and that might be a little high in my estimation, I just don't remember. It's gonna stay that way, no matter how many trucks come in and out of it. I don't think there's anything else in the lease, because I seem to remember looking at the lease, but it's been 4 or 5 years ago.
Are the leases publicly available to the town?
No.
Businesses provide income information, income expense information on a confidential basis to the assessors, so we can do our job.
Is that under like penalty of perjury or just voluntary?
You mean the rental data and
What they provide you, in other words, what assurance do we have that it's correct?
You got a copy of the lease?
Well, I guess one question I had on that is, yeah, the rent was X when the sales price was 153 million. If rent is still X, why isn't the value still 153 million?
rent is only just one component of it.
I know, but it was one component that went into the value when two fair-minded parties said 4 years ago, this property was 153 million. And at that time, it was valued at 70, then it went to 43, then it went to 46, sorry, 70. Then it went to 86, and then I'm adding the two parcels. Then it went to 92, then it went to 110. This year it went down to 100. 4 years ago, it was sold at 153. And now it's going down. And I want to skip away from that specific example, and I want to talk about more big data. So when I got the information and the recommendation, I felt a gut reaction that residential property values are going up at a rate. Obviously, it is what it is. It's easier to measure because there's more data points. I get that. At a market approach, which is really the only approach you can use. But one of the other matters that this board's considered has made me think, I don't think we're valuing commercial industrial fairly for the town. And the law says full and fair market value.
Right.
Right? And I understand the state certified our methodology and the state certified us, and I'm not saying anyone's not doing their job well. This is not a criticism of anyone in this room of it. This is a criticism of the system. So I looked I went and I searched for, give me the 10, within the last 5 years, 10 commercial and industrial property sales that had apparently arm's length deals in Northborough. And then I looked at those, I put out outliers where it was a vacant property that was developed or something where you don't have history and it's not really apples to, you have nothing to compare it against. So just properties where it existed with a one owner and then it sold, changed hands to a new owner. And then I looked at every one of those sales and then I said, what was our valuation the day before the sale? What was the sales price to see how close were we? And then what happened to the valuation after the sales price? And I looked at 8 in my initial analysis, and it was bad. The sales prices were usually about 40% on average higher than our valuation the day before, meaning we're not doing a good job of assessing full and fair market value. And then it would take 4 years on average or so to get up to within 10% of the sales price 4 years ago. So then I said, well, gee, that's maybe anecdotal. Maybe these are too big. Maybe these are skewing the results. And so then I looked at the sales data and I just cut everything else, cut everything up 2021 to present. I cut out anything that what looked like not an arm's length transaction. Sometimes they're $100 transactions or whatever. You can tell it's trusts or something else moving properties around. And I tried to skim it to anything that just looked like a real transaction that didn't involve developing something because developments are different and harder to assess. Just a property changing hands. And I looked at the commercial and industrial, the 300 series and the 400 series, and I got 61 data points. And I looked at residential for the same time period, did the same filtering, and I did all the residential except condominiums and apartments, which I set aside for reasons I can mention. But I did an analysis, and I said, take the purchase and sale within the since 2021, compare it to today's valuation, and what's the difference? And how long ago was the purchase on average? My data from the assessor's information is that on average, the purchase price was at 94% of today's value. And I didn't have time because I didn't to go see what it was compared to the value at the time. Would have been even worse. And then, no.
Wait, Jacob, are you
yeah.
talking only commercial here?
This is commercial industrial.
Right.
So consistently, where we have sales within the past 4 years, the valuation is consistently, again, averaging a large number of data and not cherry picking data. Today, the median of those numbers, throw out outliers, was 94%. The mean was 81%. The mean takes into account Bartlett Street, takes into account some other big numbers which are really skewing this. Bartlett Street, which had a sale of 153 million and then now is valued at 100. That's a huge discrepancy. I did the same analysis for residential, and on average, we're at 103 median, 105 mean of the sales price. So something's wrong with the system when we're supposed to, I heard earlier, we are supposed to use arm's length transactions of sales price as an indicator of the value of the property. We have sales data where we are off by a lot on what we, the town, are saying these properties are valued compared to what the market says they're valued when the market comes in and has a transaction.
For commercial,
For commercial and industrial.
not for
For residential, we are, if
residential
anything,
spot on.
overcharging, but I would say we're probably spot on residential. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with residential globally.
Right.
I think our approach on residential is getting pretty close to what the market says. But I don't think we're anywhere close to what the market is actually saying in commercial and industrial.
But isn't it just demand? Like everyone
Yeah.
knows housing demand versus commercial.
Sure. And we can tell the demand through sales. And I'm looking at sales data.
Not every sale is a valid sale, like what the state deems as valid sale. The one that you guys keep talking about, the 150, it was not an arm's length sale. It would be like if you and John, your respective homes, let's just say they're both $1 million. Somebody comes and decides to buy both of them for $10 million. I'm not gonna put your value as a $5 million each. it doesn't work that way.
So, but doesn't that mean that someone in the market thought that these two homes together is worth $10 million, even though we thought that it was only worth $1 million each?
But that doesn't mean that it's a valid sale. That might just be an outlier, which that sale was. If individually they were to get an appraisal individually, they would never get to that high amount. The numbers don't work. I'm trying to tell you that 150 sale was not an arm's length sale. It might have been high, but the numbers don't work.
Sure, and so, but even if you threw that one out,
Yeah.
My hypothesis is still supported by the data, which is we are consistently having prices of individual parcels. When they're subject to a commercial sale, the commercial sales price comes in 30, 40% higher than what the valuation is, and then over the next 4 years, we still don't even get up to the sales price.
I'd love to actually go over this data with you, and I'd love to actually explain it. I know you're looking at all years. Our values are of a certain year. If I don't have enough sales for, let's say, commercial, I need to use 2 years worth. That's probably why you see that lag.
Yeah.
Okay, but I'd love to explain and go thoroughly, like sift through everything with you.
No, and this is why, like, look, I'm sure we're probably going to do what we've always done, but my point is, if I'm right, and because of I'm not pointing blame anywhere, but because of the way the methodology is treating it, and because of the absence of enough data points to have a better methodology in these types of commercial properties, the data I'm seeing shows when the market acts, it shows we are off on our valuations, which means that the taxpayer is not getting a fair deal.
The residential.
The residents who are paying what their properties are worth at least, and sometimes maybe more, are not getting a fair deal when other property owners in town paying the same rate per dollar valuation as we are, as residents with residential properties are. If they're paying the same tax rate on a valuation that is 30% lower than the market says it should be, that's not fair.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, how do we correct that? Improve the methodology is obviously answer number one. If improving the methodology doesn't work, or if I'm shown that my data is wrong and I analyzed it wrong, I'm happy to be corrected. But there's only one other option if number one doesn't fix it, which is manually shift it. And I'm not saying let's do that today, but like the residents are looking at an 11% average increase in taxes on this bill. And you want to know whose heads they're going to look to when they get that bill? All 5 of us. Even though, just so the residents are clear, I believe this is not, we didn't decide this budget. This is based on the budget that was passed at town meeting with some adjustments that we'll hear about in a little bit. And there isn't really much we can do about that. So it's not like we're voting on the rate, because the rate's based on the anticipated levy, which is based on the budget. And so we're not here deciding what the tax rate per se is. We're deciding how much to shift it among the various classes. And the story that shifting it gives an unfair disadvantage to commercial industrial, I can see that sentiment, except if they're already at a distinct advantage because of the valuation methodology. And to Mike's point, I mean, Marlboro's been doing this for a while. They seem to be just fine at attracting businesses. Hudson attracts businesses. I understand they're maxing out. I wouldn't want to max out. I would want to start at like 10% if we did anything. But even 10% is going to save the average taxpayer, I think it said $300 to $400. You know, the idea that like, well, a business has X number of dollars, and if you increase their tax, they're going to make less money. I'm like, that's not really a persuasive argument for me when I have household A, B, and C have X number of dollars. And what do they do when their taxes go up? They can't just increase the costs of their goods and services that they're selling like a business can. They move out of town, you know?
Yeah, and that's also a big concern. But Mike, I think, wanted to chime in.
Yeah, no, I mean, just on the last point, I would much rather have my kid in the Northborough school system than Marlborough or Hudson. And I would much rather have the crime rate of Northborough than Marlborough or Hudson. I was going to ask, just generally, the methodologies that you use to determine commercial values, sort of how much level of control do you individually have as the assessor in determining that? Is there a sort of standard that you have to fall within? If you could just provide a little color to that, given the question around how the commercial rate valuations came from, just, and not to go into a huge, if there's any more you want to share, I would say about that.
Go on. It's up to you. Do you want to?
It is what it is. And I hate to bring it down to that, but places have rents. Sometimes they're negotiated, sometimes they're just set. A lot of commercial, especially the large commercial sales, are portfolio sales. Simple example, Dunkin' Donuts or gas stations. We go looking like crazy for sales of a Dunkin' Donuts or a gas station. And they're sold in groups, and self-storage too. They're sold in groups of 10, 20, 50. Prices put on them are just what they call allocated. Sometimes it makes more sense to put a higher value on such and such a building in a part of the purchase because they can depreciate it more and that gives them more return on what they do. It's difficult to look at these sales straight up, I agree, but the rent is the rent. The rent probably could be, a lot of times, negotiated 2 years beforehand. Part of the thing is, here's a piece of land Amazon wants to come here. Let's say it's 2016. All right, so they have an agreement. Then what they do is they say, okay, fine, we've got to go to the town and get approvals. We got to go to the state and get approvals. All right, it's a year, usually it's a year or two before all the approvals are gotten. And Northborough may be quicker, I don't know.
We are.
That's a good thing. That's a very good thing. Shrewsbury wasn't. Okay, so then now, 2 years have gone by, they've already incurred X amount of things. The person that set the lease is 2 years behind. The other thing, when it sells, we approve values of, as of January 1st, 2024.
For this year, 2025, but based on calendar 2024 data.
Right.
So everything is a year and a half to 2 years behind.
And so let's say this thing sold in November. Well, we had it's partially under construction value, and the state says that that's what you gotta use. Then, okay, it rolls into the new year, it is complete. Then we look at, we send out information. We look to see what they send us. A lot of times, they will file an appeal with the appellant, they file an abatement. So we say, okay, give us this information. We need the lease. We're talking with another lawyer. You usually get the two, the town has a lawyer they use. And that drags on 6 months before you even have the real information to deal with it. And then all of a sudden the clock has ticked over to the next year for us. So we're still chasing it. And of course, with values, we're last car in the roller coaster. Market's going up, we're here. Market's going down, we're just getting to the crest. So in our experience, my experience, looking at sales is the first thing you have to do is look to see the portfolio sale. And then you check outside of the town, you check, Cushman Wakeman information and Banker and Tradesman, I guess the Warren Group now. It's all over here. You check that information to see what it says. And after going through all of that, then we conform with what the state tells us to do and asks us to do, and then we set a value. It's a long process, and it takes a lot of hard work. It can be very frustrating. The one thing we'll point out, the mall, up on the hill there, when that's sold, we're within a couple million of the sales price. But we had all the information. So it's.
Can I ask a question on that? I mean, I appreciate that. This is very instructive. But like what I'm hearing is like the company who's at risk of getting their tax to increase because of a higher valuation because they valued the property at a high number and they chose to buy it at a high number, or even if it was an allocated number, like it's an allocated number that someone agrees is a justifiable number for the value of that property. Maybe it was advantageous for tax purposes. Maybe it was advantageous for all kinds of purposes. I don't care. Like the town shouldn't be the victim of someone deciding to have a tax benefit and deciding this is the value that they wanted to allocate for something. But the way that you just described to me seems to me that there's an incentive to that taxpayer kind of dragging its feet to give you the information you need. And so I would suggest that the approach we should take is, in the absence of any information to the contrary, we're going to assume that it's worth what you paid for it. And you can come, you'll rush to us to get us the information to show us we're wrong. That's how I would like to see it. And if it means we need to get another staff member for our assessor's office so that we can justify getting these, sales reviewed at a faster rate, I mean, I think there's a huge value to the town in actually capturing what I think is a bunch of untaxed value out there. And I'm not trying to be unfair to anyone. I'm just saying if you chose to pay that for it, you should expect that that's its tax base. That's my opinion.
John?
I mean, obviously, these are complicated things, but I'm even going to like the 30-year treasury and going to different metrics, and I'm just not seeing the interest rate justification for a 15% decrease for Amazon.
Okay, what do they have for the current rate that you're looking at?
I'm looking at the 30-year treasury, and my understanding is looking at 2024 values that these are based on. Is that accurately?
The rates from, so if you're looking at mortgage interest rates, yeah, it'll be calendar
I'm
24.
looking calendar 24 versus
Right.
23, and they're stable. Now, there was a big appreciation from 21 to 23. That's real. We've all seen that. But I'd also say that that property had gone through getting closer to its market value over those years. And I just don't see the justification. So when I'm looking at some of these details and I'm hearing the approach in which you use, it's hard for me to say 15%. And if you can show me evidence otherwise, I take Jacob's approach, like raise it and then justify it and let's look at it. Because I'm having a hard time when the residents are priced for perfection. Every time a house in my neighborhood goes for sale, I cringe. It's like, oh my God, please go low. It's so weird. I'm like, they sold it for what? I'm like, how's that 35-year-old afford that? And and here I am looking at the
Paid cash too.
Well, I don't know. I mean, who knows? But I can't. Good for them. But I guess what I'm struggling with, you're going through a really clear, articulate way of doing something, and I'm not seeing the data supporting it. So this is where I'm just saying, yes.
All right, you have the Fed rate.
I can look at Fed rate right there.
Okay.
Fed fund.
Right, and then real estate is not what you call a liquid asset. So, and there's also more risk because of that. So there's usually 2 to 3 percentage points added to that. Then depending what happens in that type of market, commercially, stuff's been pretty much up, hasn't seemed to have been overbuilt. Apartments are the same thing. They may add something more, another half point. So let's say the Fed rate, just for simplicity, is at 4. You'll be looking at least a 7% cap rate or a 7.5% cap rate for a Class A, AAA property. And, so you get an Avalon. I haven't looked them up recently, but they're probably up there. FedEx, possibly. But again, a lot of these sales are portfolio sales, and getting to the allocation is, well, hey, look, we want the 3 Massachusetts sales to be higher because we can depreciate it more, but the 3 or 5 in the West Coast and in the South, we're gonna lower it. And it's just numbers going around which are not considered to be an arm's length sale for what we do and for appraising.
Understood. So again, some of this education for the group. I mean, we're picking on Amazon, and I own the stock. Hope it continues to go up. But one of the things that I'm trying to understand is what in this example that you're describing, what causes that to go down 15? What changed from 23 to 24 to cause one of the highest taxpayers in Northborough that, in my mind, brings a social bad to the town when it comes to traffic and parking on the streets, and it's not something that I embrace having in the town, but we cohabitate. And how do I get my head around that?
What Chris just described with the interest rates and the risk rates being added.
Can you point me to the data?
Okay.
There are multiple data points, but
I mean,
so just keep it simple. Just keep it simple. So rent minus expenses divided by cap rate, the cap rate. Okay, a couple of years ago, cap rates were really low. They were somewhat tied to interest rates and risk. This year, what he was saying, 7.5 cap rate, I had them previously at a 4. So the cap rate increased, the value decreased. It's an inverse effect just to simplify it, Jacob, to answer your question, with the sales review and missing data, that already happens. If they file an abatement with me, I insist on giving me your data. I get that data. They might correct me. Oh, I'm not getting that rent. Here are my rents. Here are my leases. I can see that. So all that is happening. And I feel like I do want to invite you to my office, go over some data points. I feel like you're looking at multiple years where we are looking at 1 year based on just the previous 2 years. So it has to be really narrow, and that's where the values will make sense. If you look at it multiple years, like 6 or 7 years, they're going to be very skewed. But I do want you to come over. Let me explain it to you. That way, like, you might have a better understanding of what we do. Okay?
Thank you.
Mike?
Probably the only question we haven't asked, and I think I know I probably know what the answer is, but I'll ask it anyway. Looking on some table on a state website showing all the tax rates for all the municipalities in Massachusetts, some of them surprisingly seemed inverse the other way, that they were shifting a tax burden onto residential and off of commercial industrial, maybe only by a couple percentage points. Was that just funky how the numbers worked out? Is there ever an economic argument to make to shift it the other way? And I'll let you guys say no and be the hero.
I haven't come across that.
I have not come across that.
I think that table might be places that have the residential exemption.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that might be skewing it that way?
Between the residential class.
Just in the residential class. So you might actually have a tax rate in the residential class higher than the commercial, which is kind of odd, but.
So as far as you know, though, there is not a single municipality that shifts for any reason of trying to promote business or anything like that, to shift the tax burden onto residential and away from commercial industrial.
I think
And there'd be no
that
real
is just
argument for
happening naturally.
Right.
I haven't heard anything like that.
But there'd be no assessed or economic argument that you could think of that you would ever do that, right? Not trying to be the one to get elected out because I want to raise everyone's taxes even more, but I'm just
That makes
curious.
sense, yeah. Residential exemption.
Okay.
Sorry, one other question.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, this is just a point of clarification, I think. Again, I appreciate all the work you're doing. I know I'm being maybe obnoxious, but like, my concern is, are we getting the full and fair market value? I want our residents to be comfortable that we are doing the best we can within the confines of the state law. I believe we are, and I'm just trying to say, is there any way we can sharpen our pencils and do even better? And that's kind of what I'm getting at. I'm not today going to make a motion for a dual tax rate, but like, I am thinking like, what is the other solution if we can't fix this problem? That's what I'm thinking. But on one of your first slides though, where you kind of gave a summary, I'm sure it was an oversight, but you summarized some of the classifications and you said commercial is up 2%. You left out the industrial is negative 2% on that slide. Next time, I'm just saying, when you're summarizing, give me more of the stuff.
I'll give you all the information you need.
Appreciate it. And it's in there. It's in there. No one's hiding it. But I'm just saying, industrial, for the record, dropped 2%, even though they increased 2 parcels in that classification. Am I right?
Yes, it's basically the parcels that you guys were talking about.
Yeah, so they increased 2 parcels during this period, and yet the overall value of that entire class decreased 2% while the rest of us went up. And apartments were flat. That one really boggles my mind, but I'm sure it's for all the same reasons you've already talked about. That boggles my mind. How are duplexes going up 13% and apartments are going up 0?
Sales versus income.
Yeah, just sales.
So I think the goal here is to get as much information as we can, but also to, if there is a way of leveling the playing field. It seems like industrial has a lot of advantages by these portfolio managers, and I just, I just, picture a boardroom with, the taxes went up in Northborough. I don't know that actually, does that actually happen? Anyway, Jason.
Oh, I just want to share. I mean, I know there's been a lot of talk about the methodology this year. I don't know if we talked about it that much, but the state's required to certify the values that are submitted to them. There's a lot of statistical tests that they do to put their stamp of approval on our methodology for valuation. Every 5 years, there's, it's the reval year where there's even more statistics that are looked at in terms of the valuations. And I don't know what you're looking at, Jacob. I mean, I'm not saying it's wrong, and I'm not saying, I don't want to cast aspersions on anything, but I don't know what you're looking at. I know the state looked in detail at Lee's values. They certified his values. It was a reval year this year.
They nitpicked everything.
Oh, yeah.
So bad, but yes.
Well, yeah. Typically, it's a very anxiety-provoking year when it's a reval year, and I want to give Lee credit for getting through that this year. The state approved these values, and they are saying they're comfortable that these values are fair in terms of the allocation between. And before us tonight is deciding to shift between residential and commercial, industrial, personal property. It's not saying that we shouldn't be shifting because we think the methodology is wrong and overcorrect it by shifting it with the rate. I think the decision should be made on its own, assuming that the methodology has been done correctly. But, I mean, I would love you to come in and work on this offline, not at the classification hearing to talk about
I'm happy to do
individual
that.
parcels and so forth.
Yeah, and I didn't want to get too much into individual parcels, and I did, and my methodology of what I excluded may be subject to
Yeah.
criticism too, so.
And I'm not saying you're wrong. You probably did a more in-depth analysis of it than I could, because this is over my head somewhat, and I'll admit that straight out. But what I do know is that every 5 years, we have to plan for this reval, which is a stressful thing for any assessor's office. So
Yeah.
we got through that with grace, and I think the state actually gave Lee accommodations for the working with him and how good he did satisfying them and all their requests. So I wanted to say that, and I wanted to give Lee credit for that for tonight, so.
Oh, there's no
just wanna
question
note
about that, but for me, and I might be misinterpreting everything, is the question that the methodology is not working for residential property owners. That,
Well,
it
the
seems
state
like,
certified
from
that
what
what
I
they've
heard
looked at
tonight.
is.
Sorry?
The state has certified that the
Yeah,
methodology
well,
is
so
correct.
then it would be working with the state, right?
May I?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, yes. Did the state say you got a perfect valuation for everything? No. I mean, to the point earlier, it's like, if you're within 10%, it's fine. And even my median number was within the 10%, but I still find that objectionable. When we're 3% over and they're 7% under, that's even on aggregated median information that's throwing out outliers, like, to me, that's a 10% that matters. Even if the state's like, it's within horseshoes and hand grenades range. The residents don't want to hear about horseshoes and hand grenades range when they're on the 10% higher and the other side's on the within 10%, but acceptable. The other question I have, and I don't have any information to know this, but if you're a taxpayer that's paying hundreds of thousands of dollars in tax, you are a lot more incentivized to hire a lobbyist to go to the Capitol and to do what lobbyists do. And I mean, like, for example, we got a letter that I love our chamber and I appreciate it, and they were very much in favor of a single tax rate. But I know that every one of those members pays money to be a member of that organization to tell us to do a single tax rate. What membership organization do our residents have to chip some money in to go advocate for their rights? They don't have one other than us, and they're not paying us for it. So like this, so that all that is to say that the fact that the state blesses it, okay. I mean, I'm not saying we're doing anything illegal. We certainly are not. I'm not saying anyone's not doing their job. They certainly are, and I really appreciate that. I don't want to come off the wrong way. My sentiments aren't directed at our office, who I think is doing their job really well. It's at, even with everyone doing their job really well, even with this stamp from the state, I still don't think we're getting the right answer.
Could the system be better? Yes. I have a question. What do we capture in property taxes and excise tax from some of these big corporations, especially the ones that do e-commerce?
I think you asked that question with my collector, and we looked at the registry. The information for all vehicles comes from there. I don't have any vehicles registered by Amazon or FedEx within the state. That might be a corporate decision. They might have out-of-state garaging codes, but none in Northborough. And I checked with the registry.
We chased down UPS one year. It was in the Midwest.
That's so silly to me.
Our tax bills come from, well, the garaging codes come from the registry, registrations at the registry. They
Right.
send us the information. I don't have anything in
It's like if
Northborough.
they're housed on Northborough property, it's like they should pay excise.
And they have
there.
Massachusetts
Rental car
plates.
lot, none of those plates are Massachusetts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the same concept, right?
Right.
Not really. I mean, these vehicles are using our roads constantly
Right.
for their business.
Well,
They
yeah, I
couldn't,
just
they
look at
couldn't.
where it's housed, you know, like your car is housed.
Yeah. The residents have to have different rules than apparently.
Basically, there's lots of rules we don't like.
And again, to be clear too, that the excise tax is a local receipt versus property tax, which is brought in with the real estate tax.
But it could amount to a lot of money, couldn't it? With all
I
the
don't-
number of vehicles they use?
I know they use a lot of vehicles. I don't know how many are there permanently.
So if we're not, I mean, deciding on the tax rate tonight is one thing, but if we're not comfortable with how the system is, I guess we bring it up with our state legislators, right?
Yeah, I mean, that would be.
Okay. And I do have some questions on the quarter 9 sheet. So one of the things they say is business uses minimal town services, resources, public schools, recreation. But what, do they use police, fire, and our roads? I mean, it seems like they may not use the schools, but is there any data on how much they use the other departments, like police and fire and DPW?
No, I don't want to get into pilots.
No, I don't have that information.
I think the nature of that point is probably more along the lines of education is one of the biggest expenses within the tax bill, and they're not participating in that part of it. And I know there's pros and cons and arguments back and forth about who uses roads and uses police and fire services and so forth, but that's typically one of the explanations for, how businesses typically defray the cost for residents when their value is taxed within it.
Mm-hmm. And the other thing is they say, of the 351 cities and towns of Massachusetts, 67% of all towns maintain a single tax rate. Is this like a constant, or is there a trend that more and more are going towards single tax, more and more are going towards dual tax? Is there any kind of data to show us any trends there?
Do you remember when Worcester, if I can just see the papers for the last, off and on, the last 3 to 5 years, has a study done for them recommending they go to a single tax rate because it's hurting the business sector. And it gets close, and they all think they're gonna do it. Then they have the vote on it, and the tax rate is set, and they always stay with a split rate. It's politically appealing that way, but it doesn't help. That's my professional opinion. A single rate is by far better, unless you have a huge amount of industry.
Mm-hmm. But also, I think business success depends on other things besides tax rate, right? I mean, it's.
We're an affluent town, they come.
Laura, did you have any? No. Anybody else?
Yeah, and I, bless their hearts, and I appreciate the position of the letter that we got, but to say that businesses don't put a need on schools, I'd love for those businesses to come and tell us that they don't want a well-educated workforce.
Yes.
So
I think
let's
schools
leave
should be
that
taken
argument out of
yeah.
future letters, because it's not very persuasive, in my opinion.
So this is a public hearing. Is there anyone virtually who has a comment, or? Do we want to close the hearing? We can keep the hearing open if there's information that
Do
you,
you want to put the thing down so that
Yeah.
we can see if there's anyone raising hands? I don't know if
Let's
it's a
do it, but
stop
I'll make
share.
a motion to close the public hearing.
Well, I think we're waiting
Yeah.
if there's anybody that has a hand raised.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I just wanted to double check.
Although Karen Chapman from the chamber has been on,
oh, okay.
I'm not sure if she wants to, no, there she goes.
There's Karen.
Hi.
Can you unmute yourself, Karen?
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Very spirited discussion tonight, clearly. Yes, and as we know, I did submit a letter on behalf of the business community, and I'd like to note a couple of points that I think are valid in saying too. And that's for sure that there is a significant amount of personal property taxes paid by this business community. And that does really help to reduce some of the overall tax burden on the residents. And there was a significant amount pointed out in the presentation by your tax assessor. Also, I think what we need to point out, because there was a lot of discussion about a lot of the corporate size members, but there's a lot of small business in your community. And if you was to shift to go to dual tax classification, you can rest assured that some of these are paying triple net leases, that when those expenses go up, that's going to be shifted to your small businesses. The matter of fact is that there's a lot of small business in your community. And as we all know, it's a very volatile situation in the world today, and running a small business is not easy. So incurring additional costs would be such a burden to our small business community too. And also, I think we should not underestimate the value of your business community contributing to your community events, your sponsorships, your scholarships, and everything for your sports events. Your business community are great supporters of a lot of your community and do a lot of investment. A lot of the businesses that are not even in your towns directly in Northborough are big supporters of Northborough with food pantry donations and a lot of other things. So I'm here to tell you on behalf of the business community, we do support a single tax classification. Yep, that is my role. I'm here on behalf of the business community. I believe that the decision that you make does make a difference in the future growth and development of your town. There's still a lot of open storefronts in your downtown. We do not have a full-time economic development director in your town. There wasn't a ton amount of business growth. So I think your decisions that you make tonight does impact both your residents and your businesses, because there is a significant amount of money that has been given to your town by your business community that helps to offset the burden of taxes too. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Were there any other comments?
Any other, no one sees any other hands?
I just, sorry, I didn't know if you want, sorry, I didn't mean that.
I don't see any.
Okay.
I didn't mean to be rude, I'm so sorry.
Okay, so,
Do you want me to
are
close
we
the
ready
public
to
hearing
close
now?
the public hearing?
It can make us still a discussion point after we close, right?
Yes.
I just have one more thing to say probably, but we can do it after you close maybe.
No, say it
Oh,
now.
okay. Yeah, so, I want to make it clear that my concern isn't at all directed in the area that like our small businesses or even our big businesses aren't contributing enough. Like they are, to the point that was just made, like no doubt about it. And there's a lot of intangible ways that they are, and there's a lot of tangible ways that there are. And we're glad they're here. We support them. And so my comments aren't in any way meant to challenge or denigrate that. My limited, and I'll sort of say sterile analysis here that I'm looking at is the question of, but are their properties being valued at the full and fair cash value? That's market value. And I know our assessors say yes, and I know the state says those numbers are stamped approved. And but that's the only question I'm having, isn't like, are they doing a good job? They're doing a great job. We want them to come. But the law says full and fair value is what everyone has to be taxed on. And that's my only question is, are they? I've raised some questions, and I think I've got an invitation from the assessor's office and the finance director to have some some side conversations, because maybe they'll point out some areas where my information that I've found is missing some points. And so until I'm a little more comfortable with, that what I'm saying is right, for today, I will say I would be in support of the single tax rate. But like, if after these discussions, it turns out I'm more right than I think I am, maybe I'm proven wrong, but maybe next time around, no, really, this is what it looks like. I'm subject to someone changing my mind in the future.
We can keep the public hearing open.
No, I mean, I think we need to decide this today, though, right?
We'll need to have the tax
No,
rate
I'm
set
saying.
quite soon.
For a few, I'm
Oh,
saying.
for the budget process.
No, I meant that in some hypothetical future meeting like this, should I have the
Yeah, yeah.
pleasure of being at it? That's what I'm saying.
I think also we need to voice our concerns that the old model is not working. With corporations owning, so many of the businesses, and then you still have your small commercial business owners. It seems to me there's a huge disparity. And of who can afford and who can't afford higher taxes. So anyway, that's just my opinion. So we're all, okay, we're ready for a motion, Laura.
Thank you, I'm sorry. Madam Chair, I move that the board close the public hearing for the fiscal year 2026 property tax classification.
Second.
Motion made by Laura, seconded by Mike. All those in favor of closing? Okay. All right. Is there a motion to vote on a residential tax factor?
Madam Chair, I move that the board vote on a residential factor of 1 and the continued use of a uniform tax rate for all classes of property, to oppose the implementation of a residential exemption, and to oppose the implementation of a small commercial exemption as recommended by the Board of Assessors.
Second.
Motion made by Laura, seconded by Mike. I'm going to do a roll call vote. Jacob?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
I'll vote aye. Thank you very much. You did a
Thank
great
you.
job. Thank you.
gentlemen.
I'm so sorry about that. I didn't mean to jump the gun.
It's fine. Okay.
Be-
All right, next on the
Madam Chair,
agenda.
before we move on to the next agenda item, can we
Yes.
just talk about, I provided a memo to the board.
Yes, this afternoon?
No, not the one that was provided this afternoon, but this was one that was provided last week. It should be in your packet related to
The budget update?
the budget update for, so what's important about this meeting tonight is our tax rate being set? And when our tax rate is set, there's certain adjustments that get made to the current year's budget that are things that happened from the time that the budget was voted on at town meeting and today. And there's certain updates to the current year budget that have happened. And I just wanted to run through those very briefly. It'll
Yeah.
take me one moment to go through it. But, so when we considered the budget at town meeting, we considered a budget that was $86.4 million for the general fund. And in the end, the tax rate that's approved, it's going to be based on a budget that was $85.8 million on our tax recap form, and that's the process. So typically, when the tax rate gets set, that's when our original budget for FY '26 is, that's the milestone that's accepted as the original budget for '26, for FY '26. So the changes were that the overall tax levy went down $373,000 from what was projected at town meeting. State aid went up $111,000 more than what we knew, what we predicted at town meeting, because again, we don't know our state aid till well after town meeting, is generally July, that we don't find out what our actual state aid for the current fiscal year is going to be. We increased local receipts because at this point in the year, we know what our FY '25 actual results are, and that's what they compare our FY '26 budgets to. So the state won't allow us to set a tax rate that's underwritten with local receipts that are too high. So we have to back them up with our actual returns from from the prior year. And they compare those numbers to make sure that we're not building a deficit here in Northborough. We're going to actually make our budget numbers, and we'll be able to, not burden taxpayers with future deficits, because we've miscalculated budgets or been overly optimistic about what we're going to collect. So we were justified, with the positive returns in FY25 of increasing the local receipts by $423,000. And then free cash, use of fund balance, that went down from what we presented at town meeting. Obviously, there are some articles that didn't pass, and that's why that number is lower. Within the town budget, because our debt that we issued came in 1/10 of a percentage point higher than what we had budgeted, we needed to raise the debt budget, and we are allowed to do that outside of a town meeting vote because it's required under Mass General Law that we pay our debt. Massachusetts has good credit quality as a result of that. That's why we typically pay lower bond rates than other types of government entities across the country, because we're legally required to pay our debt, and we can do so without having a legislative body vote on it. So that was about that change and some of the other changes within the state assessments. We got more state aid, but our state assessments went up just a little bit too. So that was about $90,000 increase in the budget. The debt excluded debt went up, and the special articles went down. That ties to the free cash fund balance that was less based on the articles not passing at town meeting. So in the end, we predicted at town meeting, we were projecting a $989 tax increase, and a big part of that was adding the big increase in debt excluded debt, which was primarily the fire station project, which we issued debt for a lion's share of the project. We were predicting a increase of $989 on a $697,000 house. Single-family homes, the values went up more through this revaluation process. So in the end, instead of an increase from a $664,000 valued home in FY25 to $697,000, it's actually a $706,000 valued home as the average. And that tax bill is going up $998 from the $664,000 home in FY25. And so very, very close to what was predicted at town meeting. So that was a big source of pride in that we could deliver a budget that was, our predictions were pretty close. And if there's any questions, I think I covered everything that was in that memo.
Any questions, comments?
I have questions on the capital improvement plan, but I don't know if you want us to get to there yet.
Oh, I think we got a couple agenda items before we
that's
get
what I
into
thought.
the.
That's what I thought. I was just checking in, making sure I was.
Really excited.
That stuff I understood.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cool.
Okay, so there's no vote on this, is there? Or,
No.
okay. Then if there's no questions or comments, we move on to the next item on the agenda, which would be update on Board of Health animal regulations. But you're going to stick around?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, right, okay. So we have Isabella Caruso here to tell us about animal health regulations.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. So I did add that memo. Can you hear me okay?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, perfect. That memo in your packet, I can recap a little and then I can answer any questions. So the Board of Health right now is looking at creating animal regulations, but focusing on poultry, so mainly chickens and roosters, because those are the complaints that we continue to see in the department. Typically in a year, we receive maybe a handful, mostly due to rooster noises, so that nuisance complaints. So these regulations would allow us, specifically our health agent and our contracted animal inspector, to make sure everyone is compliant with the regulations. So that would include things like pest control, waste management, as well as ensuring that the chickens have the proper space needed. So the Board of Health has been discussing this. It's, has been a few months. It's been since August, so they're weighing different pros and cons. They've heard residents. We do have a meeting tomorrow, and they're looking to create draft regulations that would then go to a public hearing. Any specific questions about? Yes, Laura.
Thank you for all you're doing on this. I'm just wondering do we have a registry in town of who's got chickens, and have those people been notified about these changes or these discussions?
Good question. So currently, because we have regulations, we have no registry. So right now, our animal inspector would do, it's called annual barn inspections, but that information goes directly to the state and not to the town.
So do the chicken coop owners, are they technically farms and they report their chickens to the state?
So as long as you have like one animal, so it could just be one chicken, you are required to do a annual barn inspection with the animal inspector.
Oh, okay, thank you.
According to, where is that written?
State? I don't think she heard you.
Oh,
was that?
I'm just asking what's the, sorry for my ignorance here. That's the first time I've heard of that. What's that authority? Is that a MGL? Is that one of our bylaws?
It's MGL. It's a statewide.
I wasn't aware of that.
I don't think anyone in this town was aware of that.
Oh,
I don't,
Hide your chickens, everyone.
I think people are aware.
Pardon?
It's not new.
No, I know several folks in town that have chickens, and I don't think that they have notified or been inspected. So I don't.
Well, and I kind of wonder how that, whatever that MGL is, how it relates to the Dover Amendment, because I think the Dover Amendment probably overrides whatever that MGL says, but I haven't done the full analysis of it. I'm not too, the Dover Amendment's pretty clear.
what,
Maybe it's for like the bird flu to keep, tabs, to notify people if there was an epidemic or.
I think that is stuff. That is it's the Massachusetts Department of Agricultural Resources, I think, is the body that gets that information.
Is the purpose of this update to inform us that there's conversations going on, you come back to the board at some time, or is it a decision to make tonight?
they're meeting tomorrow.
The Board of Health
Yep.
makes that decision.
Okay, so this is just to give us
Information. yeah.
information. We don't have anything to vote on.
No,
We won't have anything to vote on. It's outside our purview.
yes.
Okay.
So, let me push back on that. So, this is regulations that the Board of Health is going to do, whether we say they should or shouldn't?
Yes.
Tomorrow?
We do, in that sense, it is in our purview, because we as the Board of Health give policy directives to,
Not to the Board of Health.
not to the Board of Health?
No, they make their own regulations.
Even about setbacks from abutters?
Yeah, if it's part of the animal regulation, yes.
To me, let me just throw it out here. These regulations violate the Dover Amendment in a lot of ways.
Could you tell us what the Dover Amendment?
Yeah, so the Dover Amendment's the law that's actually in our Constitution, I think, that precludes towns from preventing people to do, there's a whole long list of things on there. From taxing churches to preventing you from having agricultural uses on your property and it goes on and on and on. There's a lot of things that are completely unrelated that are in the Dover Amendment, but the Dover Amendment, which has changed over the years, specifically describes things that towns can't do with respect to land uses. And this thing, in my opinion, violates the Dover Amendment, so.
Well, it's not preventing people from having animals, it's regulating it, it sounds like, right? Would that still be inconsistent?
I haven't fully looked at it, but
Are we able to see the regulations so far? And what
We do not, the Board of Health has not made decisions, so I wouldn't have regulations that are approved by them. I will say most towns around us do have animal regulations of some degree, and any regulation would be approved or reviewed by town council as well.
Go ahead, Laura.
Is it possible that we can get this out so that people that have chickens are aware of what's going on? I mean, I know we don't have a registry way to contact them, but at least like a town news article that this is happening. I don't know the best way to communicate this to people that are going to be
The
impacted.
community advocate wrote an article, but I can ask them if they would do another one. And then before a public hearing, it would also be advertised in the newspapers.
And maybe like town news so that people can follow along. This just seems like it's an important conversation for people that have chickens to be aware of.
And that's a number we don't even know.
Pardon? I know,
That's
that's my
like an
point.
unknown to us, is how many people this affects.
I mean, I think it's a lot.
I think it's a lot.
And I don't know that the community advocate's the best way to, I mean, I appreciate the advocate and all that you're doing. I just don't know if everybody sees it. So,
I mean, when price of eggs go from 10 cents to $1, what do you
Yeah.
expect people to do?
I mean, there's a lot of different uses for chickens in town. But I understand the intent of why we need to do this. I just want to make sure that we don't, and will any of these decisions have to go before town meeting? Or will this just be like happen, like you're going to have the regulations, you're going to approve it, and then that's it?
Yeah, it's a regulation outside of town meeting.
Okay.
Is there a reporting process if a chicken or an animal dies and are you concerned about bird flu?
So, what she said, the MDAR, you would have to report that to them.
And we know that people are, like, how do we make sure that that's communicated and
I mean,
enforced?
typically, people that own farm animals are aware of this, and they're, that's why the barn inspections come into play. So Jen is our barn inspector.
Correct.
Yes. So she'll go to, wherever the goats are, chickens are, any farm animals, and she'll make sure that they're being fed properly, they're, healthy. There's, if there's any alarm, she'll make sure that she, will notify everybody that, is in the area in Northborough.
I don't get it. So we say we don't have a registry, but we know that, what's her name, Kristen?
Jen, what's her last name?
Does barn inspections, so we know
God, right?
something.
Condon, yeah, that's right. Yeah, so she would have all of the barn animals.
So she has some kind of registry.
Yes, she definitely does.
Is a barn animal one chicken?
See, that's
Yes.
what is
Okay.
it? Okay.
And so we do have, if someone has one chicken, we know they have one chicken.
So,
Like at least one chicken.
Why
I
is
know,
this
me
funny?
too.
Hypothetically.
Yeah, it's hard to keep them alive.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't done it. It sounded like I did.
I'm guessing we don't know.
I've always wanted to.
Looks cool.
Right.
You could go to
Yeah.
Tractor Supply and buy a bunch of chicks and bring them home.
I know. Yeah, it's always
Unless
intriguing.
somebody complains or
Unless
whatever.
your neighbor complains, right?
The thing that's not clear to me, like in terms of the unintended consequence we're talking about, I think everyone agrees that standard of care, housing, protection of food, water, manure management, I think there's a nuance of the abutters here that we may not fully appreciate what that means. And that seems more subjective than it does some of the other Board of Health considerations. And that's where I think this is a bit more gray than it is black and white.
Well, their meetings have been lively. There's a lot of residents that have made comment on,
Oh, really?
yeah, and not, some people are for them and some people are against them, so it goes both ways. So they are taking into consideration what, the neighbors are saying.
I mean,
But it's been very, very few situations, I'd say.
I'm assuming based on what you're saying, there's probably a couple of chickens in neighborhoods that are causing a stir.
Yes,
As opposed to someone owning a farm.
correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, to me, it seems like a solution looking for a problem.
mean,
I don't want to be in a town where we pass regulations that makes 30% of its citizens now subject to, if I'm, how shall I say this? That gives the town more ways to enforce against them if the town decides that they don't like something that person's doing.
That's
what
why-
all-
But it,
Yeah, I mean, I think in Medway, when I was the health agent there, it was the same issue. There were like 2 people. So if you create these regulations fairly, having adequate setbacks so the person can't put a hen house right on the property line.
I mean, what's wrong with a hen house right on the property line? Can I just ask?
So lived experience, I've had neighbors who were both respectful and not respectful with their chickens.
Right.
Like having a house right on the property line where they're coming into your yard or the rooster is crowing or, it's, you know, so I think reasonable regulation is reasonable. I think there should be some rules to the road as far as owning animals like we have with other things in the town of Northborough. You know, it's not, Northborough's not Green Acres, right? It's a suburban town. I think reasonable regulation on farm animals or chickens or whatever is fine. I would think the Board of Health knows that and isn't looking to cause a mutiny. You know, I'm curious to see sort of where things are, where they land. I would love an update on it. But I've had lived experience with both neighbors who are very respectful and maybe not so much with their chickens. So, so that's been just my experience in Northborough.
And it's tough on our department because somebody will complain to them and there's no regulation, so there's no recourse. And they're like, sorry, we can't help you, and, you know.
It creates a problem.
Yeah.
and kudos to the Board of Health for trying to solve the problem.
Yeah.
Yep. It just, again, like, and if there was anything raised, the Board of Health should totally make sure that minimum coop size requirements, standard of care, housing, protection against predators, probably food. We're putting the Board of Health in a position to make a decision on where these can go, which I think is a bit awkward on the abutter piece. For the Board of Health, I don't think, maybe it is common for the Board of Health to do abutter type considerations, but I'm surprised that's part of the purview of the Board of Health as much as the other things which seem very clear to be part of the Board of Health.
Oh, no, well, it's health. I mean,
Yeah, but if everything meets all the other standards I just described,
yep.
and there's not a health concern, now they're making a decision on setback from abutters. And that seems to be not a health consideration, but a decision if people should be allowed to have a chicken or not, because it's inconvenient for them as a neighbor.
Yeah.
Is the way I'm hearing it. I'm not involved in the town chicken conversations.
Right. Well, that's a shame.
I know, I just.
Well, yeah, and to me, as far as what's next to your property, a rooster is different than a chicken. Roosters also don't lay eggs, so I'm less concerned about new roosters. Unless you want to have baby chickens, you don't need a rooster. And yeah, roosters are obnoxious. Hens generally aren't. So there's differences there, you know, naturally, to the point you brought about. But so I could see a regulation that says you have a property less than 2 acres, you can't have a rooster because they're loud and obnoxious. So what are we going to do about the loud and obnoxious dogs? I mean, no one wants to touch that one because I guarantee everyone on this board's a dog owner. So you don't want to say, oh, well, what if the dog is being loud and obnoxious and barking? Well, that's what dogs are supposed to do. That's what we expect them to do. Well, I mean, what's the difference fundamentally between a dog and a rooster?
What about a child?
I mean, I know I'm in the minority here, and I know there's probably people like really mad at me just for even like saying something like this. And I'm not suggesting we regulate dogs further. But my point is, if it's that they're loud and obnoxious, I can think of other things that are loud and obnoxious besides chicken that are a lot more common, dogs. And no one is suggesting regulating how close the dog can get to the side lot line.
Well, they should be on leashes,
Should.
always.
They should be on the owner's property.
And we do have recourse if the dogs are not on leashes. There
On-
are laws,
If they're on the property, they don't have to be on the leash. But
correct,
if
but
they leave the property because they weren't on a leash, then you're in trouble.
which is when the problems happen.
Correct. Right.
So-
I think there's a reasonable amount of regulation that I have faith that the Board of Health will probably come up with, but we'll see. We'll see what they come up with.
How do you feel about having to make these decisions?
I think most Board of Healths do them in other towns, and I think the Board of Health has had in-depth, intense conversations since August, and I think they are willing to, try to meet the balance of the pros and cons of residents. The only time, sometimes the regulations are done in the zoning bylaws, but those are the 2 departments I've seen them done in.
Well, good luck.
Thank you for the update, and if there's just any way that we can get that message out so that it's more publicly accessible, that would be appreciated.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Isabella.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
All right, next on the agenda. I have budget model and free cash plan discussion.
That should be a quick one.
Come on up.
Only 9:30.
Is it really? Wow.
Mike, you're
Still-
funny.
Still getting hit with the time change.
Hi again.
Hi there.
Okay.
Oh,
Are you going to share a screen or?
well, no, I don't have
Okay.
I don't have a PowerPoint. I
Okay.
apologize for that, but
Please don't apologize for that.
but this afternoon, I mean, I obviously it was, later than ideal to get you folks a memo that is, I don't know, how many pages is it? 7 pages. But this is the point at which, sorry, I'm not feeling that great.
Really?
I apologize.
Are you ill?
I think is it cold in here? 'Cause I have the
Oh, I
chills.
got cold. I put a sweater
I have the
on.
chills.
I know.
But, sorry.
Wipe out the sword. Where's the Board of Health?
Do you want
Remote, that's the key.
Go home?
No. I want to keep going.
He's like, just let me get through this. Okay.
So anyway, this is the start of the, I'll go through, we've closed the books on FY25. So we've discussed the returns and results from FY25. So we know how much we have. Free cash is the number that we got certified by the state that tells us how much we're allowed to spend of the town's available resources. One thing within FY25 we were audited by a third party, a CPA firm, that the audit's been completed. We just don't, in coming up soon, we're gonna need to schedule a meeting with the auditor to discuss the results of the audit. We still have not had drafts of that audit yet and financial statements resulting from that audit, but it's earlier this year because it seems like we just did it not that long ago because I think it was June. It was actually June when the auditor came in and presented on the FY24 results. So we're back on a pretty normal schedule to be audited in the fall and have those results be presented on. But regardless, the results of the audit don't really affect the budget process going forward. It's just ancillary that we're going to have to talk about the results soon. So, as you know, $5.25 million was certified, so that's basically the start of the budget process is to, in our financial policies, is to develop a free cash plan that tells us at the start what we intend to use the resources that the town has available to it. And within the memo is a proposed free cash plan that we are going to ask the board to provide policy support for that free cash plan. The next milestone, we just got over that 2 agenda items ago, which was the classification hearing and the setting of, the state hasn't set the tax rate yet, but we assume that they will following, the results of the classification hearing. They will send us, you'll all get notified by an email saying that the tax rate is set, and if we did our work correctly, it's going to say it's $14.82 was the tax rate that was set for town of Northborough for FY26. And I think we discussed a little bit the highlights of the memo, talking about the true up to the FY26 budget through that tax recap process. So our original budget is basically set for the FY26 budget, which is we're going to compare as a basis to move on to the FY27 budget. The other milestone that we've gotten past is doing a forecast at the Financial Trend Monitoring or Financial Summit. I'm going to keep calling it Financial Trend Monitoring because I've participated in a lot more of the event that was called that rather than the Financial Summit. It's been basically rebranded the Summit, and we've been having it earlier in August. So at that meeting, we make some pretty broad assumptions and predictions for what the year has to come for us. So, you know, in the past, the trend monitoring system, we spent a lot of time looking at prior year numbers, doing a 10-year look back and examining trends. What was more useful going forward was looking at the 5-year projections into the future, and that's what we focused the past couple of years on, especially because of factoring in some of these large projects that are on the horizon for the town now, whereas in the past, those weren't really coming up in the 5-year projections. But now they're upon us. We've already issued debt for one of the biggest projects, well, the biggest project to date in town is the fire station project, obviously. And then the next one that's coming is the Peasley's Elementary School. So it's timely to look and forecast early for those capital items. Okay, so moving into the FY27 budget season, let me just talk about the proposed free cash plan that we're putting forward tonight as a result of our financial policies. So our certified free cash on July 1st, 2025 was $5,254,050. We're proposing using $500,000 of that toward underwriting the operating budget, and that is actually the high value capped in the financial policies that said that we would not use more than that because that's looked at as under best practices as a structural deficit to use your savings toward funding future budgets. So that's capped at $500,000, so we're proposing using that number again. The appropriations reserve fund, that's the reserve fund for extraordinary unforeseen expenses, and that's would be a budget transfer that would go to any other governmental use that's extraordinary unforeseen in the eyes of the appropriations committee. So we'll have a special article. We're proposing transferring that from free cash as well. We're proposing making a general purpose stabilization contribution to maintain our reserve levels, and we are not proposing making a transfer to any special purpose stabilization funds. And then we are proposing leaving $500,000 that's been the ongoing practice for many years, is leaving next year's operating budget contribution from free cash basically in reserves or available at the end of the free cash allocation process through this free cash plan. So the question would be, we are proposing leaving $500,000 in free cash and transferring $200,000 to stabilization. What does that do to our reserve levels? So we take that $500,000, add $200,000 more to it, take our general purpose stabilization fund balance at the start of the year, what we know it to be. That's $6.6 million, and that leaves a total projected amount of the town's reserves as being $7.3 million. And when you compare that to a $90 million budget, that's just slightly below 8%. And that's within what our financial policies look at as being an acceptable level of reserves. And that's typically in line with what we have done year after year. We typically, without using any of the free cash, we would have reserves of 13% or something in that neighborhood. And then it gets brought down to, with the proposed use, down to 8%. And that's been the kind of the ongoing pattern that's happened year after year. All right, so.
There you go, Jacob.
Well, we're going to move into the section.
I'm following lockstep.
Yeah.
The capital improvement plan. The capital improvement plan Financial planning is moving through evaluating people's capital requests. We look at a 10-year period in the future of what capital items are going to be requested and needed and scheduled in the capital plan. The multi-year capital plan, as it's been put together, it would be helpful for the financial planning committee as they review and kind of rank the priority of the projects that they're hearing from department heads about, to know how much resources they have available to rank those within. So that's the important part of starting out with the free cash plan and all being on the same page with the amount. So the memo is going into how there's some large projects that will involve issuing debt. The Paisley Elementary project, for one. We'll have another debt issue coming up with whatever balance is left from the fire station beyond what we've already borrowed for that project. The gap that we would have if we apply this $3.88 million to the plan is, geez, what did I say it was? Yeah, the summary at the end shows a total of all the projects that were submitted. So there were $15.6 million worth of projects that have been conceived of and submitted to the Financial Planning Committee to review. 15.6 million comes from the town's projects as being 5.2 million. Enterprise funds would be funding 1 million. The school department is looking at $9 million of projects, and then the regional high schools, our share of the pay-as-you-go capital assessment would be $292,000. So that's where the $15.6 million figure that I mentioned came from. So then I go through the process of, in the summary, subtracting out the other sources that would come in and would definitely pay for some of these projects. Like, again, you'd subtract out the enterprise funds. The pay-as-you-go capital assessment for the high school typically has been paid from the tax base or from their assessment in the budget model. So we would subtract that out of this source of money that we would be evaluating right now. There's a CPA-funded application for the Blake Street project. We would subtract that from the total. There's a park project where there was a $90,000 project for design for a park improvement at the Ellsworth McAfee Park. That's subtracted out. And then we're assuming that the $8 million Z-School roof project, that will get 50% MSBA reimbursement. And I'm sure that number, it's a very broad number, but the estimate of $8 million, I'm sure that will evolve to something more specific. But we're just, for the sake of this exercise, subtracting $4 million from it to get to $9.3 million that would need to be funded somehow, either with debt or with current resources. We're proposing applying $3.88 million from free cash to that, so that leaves $5.5 million of items that would either need to be funded with debt or delayed.
Is there any, can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
And you had questions about?
Is there any, do we have a breakdown of so 5,193,000 on total general government? And I understand these are estimates based on what the departments have given, and I know we're in the middle of that process, so it's kind of like difficult. But is there in this material a breakdown of that, or do we just not have that yet?
There is, yeah.
Oh.
So this is actually, these numbers are, like I said, evolving as we go through the process with the Financial Planning Committee. If, Jacob, I would refer you to the packet for the financial planning meeting for tomorrow,
okay,
which has a table in it, which has a detailed breakdown. This summary that's in your memo came from that breakdown.
Got it.
So there's, I I think it's six or seven pages, so I spared including all of the detail in this memo here.
Is that considerably higher than what we've spent in the last couple of years?
Yes.
And it seems to stay higher for the rest of the way.
Yeah, I think there's been a concerted effort to capture all of the facility needs, and one of the things is, one increase is that this increased greatly because the schools have refined their request, and they're coming before financial planning tomorrow to talk about their projects, and the school committee has recently reviewed their capital plan and updated their numbers. Another reason is that we now have a facilities manager who's developing a capital plan around town facilities as well. So that's not the big increase you're seeing now, John, but a couple years ago, we didn't have a facilities manager and we didn't have a lot of these projects in the capital plan. Now we do. We're addressing some of the facility needs that we have here. And I think, you know, the first round with developing a plan to maintain some of the town facilities there's $9 million that got dropped into the capital plan across the years. It wasn't all in one year, but there's an expense that was looming there that we didn't have any envelope around at the time. So that dropped in, so.
The unintended consequence of hiring a facilities manager.
Yeah.
Can I?
Go ahead.
I don't want to dig too, I know, so like, the trouble I'm having is like, we're supposed to approve a policy for capital, free cash policy, and sort of like, well, it depends on what I feel about the things we're gonna spend it on. And, I thought for the Assabet Hill drain, I'm now looking at what you just recommended me to look at, which is tomorrow's meeting packet. Maybe that's unfair for this board, since I don't know that we all, I just pulled it up on the internet. It's available to the public. The Assabet Hill drainage and roadways, 1.8 million. I thought didn't we already appropriate for Assabet Hill?
I think there's a design appropriation.
Oh. For some reason I thought this was behind us. Why did I think that?
No, I think there's significant work that needed to be done, and I think that there was the start of it last year.
Okay, no, I meant, of course, the work hasn't been done yet, but I meant as far as the appropriation, I thought that we had appropriated the money in this year's budget.
I think it was just the design money that, I think that was in the prior years.
That's the biggest driver of the 5 point, that I'm saying, of the 5.
Yeah, and again, through this free cash plan, I'm not asking you to weigh in on the merits of each one of the projects. It was just simply to set a number aside for what you'd be comfortable with using toward the capital plan. And that would help the financial planning committee tier these projects and make recommendations to know how much we would have available. And again, I'm not speaking to the merit of all of these projects as well.
Yeah, well, I 100% get that, so I appreciate it. It's just that part of how much money we'd say is available kind of depends on what we feel about the market. Either way, it looks like we're going to have a deficit, even per your recommendation of 3.879 million for fiscal 27 CIP. And the other things that are in your memo, we still potentially would have to borrow or delay. I'm sorry, I lost track of it.
I think it's 5.5 million.
5
yeah.
million. And that's largely, from what I'm seeing, so there's the.
Or identify other sources of money. If that Assabet Hill, say the state came in and said, you know, we're gonna give you $1 million toward that project, then that's $1 million off of the 5.5 million.
And I'm following, like, there's items on here that are capital items that are other sources like enterprise fund paid or CPA paid. Yeah. I'm kind of ignoring those.
Yeah, because those
they're a wash.
From that number we're talking about, we've already subtracted those out.
Right.
Those
so
things
I'm with you
we've already identified.
Yeah. So the reason not to so I have a couple of my thoughts, if I can get to that. Sorry. I don't think we should do this general stabilization fund reserve transfer this year for one major reason, two reasons. Our auditor said our reserves are fine. Not doing the transfer, our reserves are still fine. We're still at like 7.5% if we didn't do the 400,000, was it 200,000, sorry, 200,000 into the general reserve. We're still at like 7.5. Our policy is 5 to 10%. And the auditors in our last round, when they included all other things they include, we're over 10%, which they were including free cash and stuff like that. But they basically, what I heard from the auditors was like, we are better than we need to be on reserves. And I'm like, in a year where we're just telling people your property taxes are going up 11%, I don't feel like we need to be better than we need to be on reserves. We could afford some tax relief here.
I'm not going to speak to that point exactly, but one thing that the auditors do is that they'll look at things, they look at a whole breadth of different communities, and Northborough by no means is the finances are strong here. Our reserves are good. I'm not saying that they're not. When we're rated by the bond rating agencies, they look at our available fund balance. They look at slightly different measures than we are through our financial policy. But that one of the things that we're actually rated low on in our bond rating from Moody's is we're rated AA, and other measures were rated AAA. And I'm not saying if we plugged a lot more money into our reserves, we'd definitely be a AAA community and the gold standard of credit ratings. I'm not saying that would necessarily happen based on this community's size, but that is one of the things that we were taking into consideration with developing the plan, was to not rock the boat with our 8% that we've in practice maintained our bond rating with.
Yeah, no, and I'm not criticizing the recommendation at all, and I understand that justification, but in my opinion, residents seeing an 11% tax increase want us to rock the boat. And I feel like rocking the boat. So I would recommend we don't transfer the 200,000. And as far as what's our balance on appropriation reserve fund? Do you know? I don't see it.
Currently, it's 175. It's an annual appropriation.
Oh, okay.
It closes.
So that gives them some flexibility during the year for appropriations.
Yeah. The point of that is that people they don't necessarily know at the beginning of the year because it's for extraordinary unforeseen expenses. So if there's.
So let me give you an example. Like our website goes down. They don't renew the domain, and I'm like, hey, let's reserve that domain. It's $15. Well, gee, that's not in our budget. We need $15 from somewhere like this fund to be able to do that.
Yeah,
hypothetically, right?
Yeah, the mechanics would be that you would go to the appropriations committee at one of their meetings and request a transfer.
Part of that same mentality for OPEB, we typically put in 600,000. We're proposing to only put 300,000 in. So we are reducing.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Right.
I'm just saying, there's a lot, like, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I think that's great. Like, that's great, but it's one of those great things that we have to be doing multiple of. Because it's like small numbers add up to big numbers. And if you don't do lots of small number things, they never add up to big numbers. That's what, like municipal finance, in my opinion, it's small numbers adding up to big numbers. It's as
Just a
simple as that.
balance. That's what Jason's trying to get at.
Yeah,
We don't
So
wanna
maybe I
sink
wouldn't,
ourselves.
so I wouldn't maybe touch I could see I see a chair of our appropriations committee is listening in, maybe he could help me process this one better. 175, I don't know if we could reduce that to 100, or if that's not a good idea. But as far as the general purpose stabilization, I'm like, let's take a pass on it this year and save 200. What I'd like to be able to do, and it seems like looking at this, not feasible, we just talked about doing a single rate. You heard how I feel about residents being maybe treated a little unfairly, given my comments that I'm not going to repeat. Now, we got free cash certification was higher than we had penciled it to be. It would be great if we could say, let's reserve 2 million of our free cash and tax rebates to every property taxpayer who paid their tax on time last cycle. $2 million would be $300 to the average household, which is nothing compared to the $1,000 that their taxes are going up, but at least gives them some tax relief. My taxes went up $1,000 and I either got a check in the mail or a credit on my account for $300 because of free cash policy that the select board set. Now, you're gonna tell me, I suspect, that we can't afford to do that, because that just means these other things like the Z School roof, which is penciled at $8 million right now, cannot believe that. And these other things, you know, the 1.8 for Assabet Hill, which I'm like, yeah, we gotta do that one.
So
Yeah, sorry, I've been
speak
kind of going on,
just-
but you could, this is why I'm asking the question, because I'd love to be able to do that.
Just to speak on the Z School roof, there is one mitigating factor that I feel like I want to share was, I know they're presenting tomorrow with the financial planning, but I think what happened was it went from one small section of the roof and then it expanded to the entire roof. So I think it's a bigger project than they conceived of before, which is what's entering into it, but
Yeah.
regardless, I know you're saying you don't believe it because it
No,
went up.
I'm saying not that I don't believe that you're providing me accurate information. I'm saying I'm flabbergasted that a new, flat, uncomplicated asphalt roof takes $8 million.
All prices are disgusting.
It's like the San Francisco toilet that costs $1.7 million, 1.2 if it's all donated for free because of project management. Like, I'm just gonna shut up because you all have heard me about that.
Yeah,
but-
again, my point isn't to say that our reserves we can't live without them being, 8%. I'm just saying that that's been the overall practice. And
Like,
if the board were to vote to not support the $200,000, we could take that off the table and not produce an article and not make a presentation on it.
Would
at
save
town
like
meeting.
10 minutes at town meeting. Think about it. Saying.
I was just gonna ask, so you were saying that, using some of the free cash towards operating budget, 500,000, that our budget guidelines say we can't go beyond that, correct?
That's been our financial policies that
Financial
we've
policy,
had, yeah.
okay. Because if we said, all right, we're gonna skip the $200,000 general purpose stabilization, we wouldn't put it towards operating budget to try and
Yeah,
reduce tax rate.
I'm not sure what I know Jacob suggested that that's what we would do with it, or something
To be
in that
clear, what I'm
neighborhood.
suggesting is something that I don't think this town's ever done before, but I don't think the law precludes us from doing it, which is, I think general free cash can be used for any lawful purpose. It's for the general public. And I think doing a prorated check written to every taxpayer, yes, there's some administrative costs and some stamps to buy, is a legitimate purpose.
I don't know about ministering it that way, but I know it is allowable to use free cash to reduce a tax rate.
Right. Anyway.
Well, I was just kind of wondering, like, where would the 200,000 go, right? So if we're not gonna use it towards the operating budget, in all likelihood, it would either just remain in unspent free cash, which would just continue to be in the reserves.
It would still be a reserve, yeah.
Or
if
it would
stayed
just
in
then
unspent.
spent on a capital.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Typically, we wanted to prepare a free cash plan that was routine within what our financial policies have been. And if there's a variance from it, we can talk about it, but the point of this in time would be to develop how much we have available for the capital plan and can start crafting.
And to tell you the
that.
truth, I think a time to scour would be when we have our real numbers from health insurance. So we projected back at the summit 4%. Now we're projecting 12% from what we've heard. We don't know. That number could come in at 8.
Right.
Yeah.
And I know school department, they're delivering financial planning tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Correct,
I
yeah.
know they have like a sort of the blue issue with,
Transportation.
well, transportation,
Oh.
and then also funding for out-of-district services for.
That will hit financial planning committee.
Yeah, so that won't be within the scope of what they present on, but they will be talking about their capital plan.
Right, well, I
That the
think
school
they may-
committee has also.
They may bring that up as part of the cap, or request that, some help from the town possibly from free cash or capital on that, so just.
It doesn't qualify under the capital.
Well, I'll let them if they decide to present it, but it's just something I'm watching their meeting that was discussed. But yeah, I mean, so that was just my question, like, I'm not against the idea of, staying out of override, prop override territory and saying, okay, there's norms and maybe we have to bend or break a little bit, like we did with OPEB. Sorry for all my emails about it.
No problem.
But, right, kind of never done that before, but we did. so kind of with general purpose stabilization, I'm not automatically saying like an auto no on something like that, but just kind of gaming it out. I'm just kind of wondering, where do those funds go? They're either going to remain as reserve as unspent free cash, or they're going to go get spent on a capital item, or attempted to be spent on a capital item at town meeting.
Yeah, so what you're talking about is the disposition of what to do with $200,000 of free cash. If we can keep talking about it, I mean, I think we're getting into the next section of the memo, which is talking about the approach to the 27 budget, where, we did a projection, assuming 3% for operating budgets at the in education assessments at the summit over the summer, and just seeing where we are. So we, it's sound like I'm making a tangential point, but we brought up over the summer what we experienced last year for the FY26 budget with the health insurance. And we came into the month of January expecting a 10 to 12% increase in our health insurance budget as a result of claims and so forth, medical costs and so forth. That was that the 10 to 12% is higher than what we've ever seen. We've had an average of about 3% across 10 years. It's I think 7.88 was the increase one year, but that got outweighed by, we had a rate hold another year, and we had considerably good performance with our health insurance renewals and so forth. And then this year we were looking at, okay, well, at some point we had to, we were not going to be charmed forever, and we're going to have a larger increase, and we were hearing 10 to 12%. And then at the end of February, again, I'm going to bore people by going over this again because I've told this story a bunch of times, but the last day of school vacation week in February, we got a frantic call from the consultant telling us that it's going to be 25%, not 12%, which is, millions of dollars, and would have pushed us into an override territory, for 26, if we went through with that. So we went back and forth with them. There's a lot of fraught discussions with the consultant, and we settled on and felt lucky about having a 17.99% increase in health insurance. So when we fast forward to the summit over the summer, we projected, hey, let's use 4% because it can't be worse than the 18%. We'll be back to the historic. Now that we have this huge increase in there, we'll do 4%, and that's just the projection we used. We didn't have any claims data that supported that or not. But in the meantime, we've since changed the model for how we're having health insurance consulting delivered to us, where we went out in RFP with our joint purchasing arrangement partners, which are the town of Southborough. We conducted an RFP, interviewed various firms, and we replaced the broker that we were working with that blindsided us at the last minute. That we'd had a good working relationship before, but they were one of the RFP respondents, so we did evaluate them as well alongside the other ones. But we did actually tomorrow too. We have a meeting. Steph, Diane, and I are meeting with the schools and the other JPA members to meet with the new consultants to talk about our claims data and so forth and get some more accurate numbers. But they told us just right off the top that all health plans are going to be going up, and the market trend is 10 to 12%. So we should expect that. So we revised our model here for 27 to determine what resources we have. And we plugged a 12% increase in health insurance into this model. And then at the same time, we cut to get there. That was a $605,000 increase in our budget model from what we presented at the summit. And to get there, we cut the OPEB contribution by half, from $600,000 to $300,000, and The problem with something like that is that it's hard to bring it back. You know, if every year you quote, set it and forget it. I mean, we have a $41 million calculated liability by the actuaries. So every year that people work here, they accrue a little bit more closer toward their retirement. And then there's going to be a long period of time that the town is required to provide health insurance to them. And that's the point of acknowledging OPEB and putting it on our books to begin saving for that. The town has saved a considerable amount of money for OPEB. I mean, we're at like 17 or 18% funded over a period of time, and you know that's quite an achievement. So saying that we can cut it short term, yes. I mean, that's not going to wildly change our $41 million liability. That's going to just delay it. And the other point of transferring it into the trust fund is the investment returns. They compound over time. It's like saving something now for something that's going to happen 30 years from now. There would be a lot of compounded interest that's earned on it. So of the, God, I got the number in here, I think, but it's like 7.7, I forget the exact number off the top of my head, but it's like $7 to $8 million that we have in OPEB trust right now. And only about half of that was, or I think 5 million was town contributions and 3.5 million was investment returns. So it does grow. It's being managed by the state. We made such a sizable contribution that we were allowed to participate in the state's retirement benefit trust, where they have the state's pension funds invested. So that typically has good investment returns. But that said, $300,000, that's not going to, confirm this with the actuaries. It's not going to drastically change our the discount rate that we're given as a result of the GASB calculations for that liability. So that was $300,000 of the $605,000, and then the other part of that was we boosted local receipts, and then we revised the budget model to say that we can, instead of 3%, it's 2.9%.
Because of the 12%.
The health insurance
Health
increase.
insurance increase. So now we're looking at, telling our department heads, you gotta cut it more.
Right. And that current projection is that would be outside of override territory. But if
Correct. That would be avoiding an override. Yes.
But again, the schools and we don't know.
So again, the table with the budget model has two columns. It's got a 2.9% model, and then it has one that has some of the more recent numbers that were presented by the schools. So,
and I know I wish there was more we could do with the retirement assessment. Something for our legislatures. I know we can't do anything about it, but it would be nice if sort of the arbitrary full funding date was moved, that it's not just our municipality, it's a lot of municipalities that are dealing with these large appropriations to meet a funding date. And we don't have control over it because we're regional, so that would be another piece that would be nice to have, is some level of control over it. So that we don't, so you're not laying off teachers, cops, and firemen to pay for the retired ones because of an arbitrary date, right? I mean, that's I think it was like 4% of our budget is our retirement assessment, where we have flexibility with OPEB. We have no flexibility with retirement, but that's an issue for our state government.
yeah. So again, what we're pointing at, we're a part of a 100. I think there's 101 members of the Worcester Regional Retirement System. They make decisions. They have to get the funding plan passed by PARAC, which is the state body.
Yeah, I'm not passing blame on them.
But it's to get the funding.
Yeah,
it's to get to the funding by 2040, and they've adopted a plan to get funded by 2036. So that's in our actuarial plan that we work with for the OPEB valuation. We say, as a basis of our discount rate is calculated on future contributions, and we're planning to redirect the extra pension money to OPEB at that time in the future. So, I take your point. We've always said this all along, is like we're complying with this 10% a year appropriation increase for the retirement assessment. I mean, we know that until it's funded, there's going to be they've adopted a plan to increase the appropriation, the amount that they assess out in total to all their member units by 10% a year so that they can meet that 2040 deadline. So we've said all along, it's like, well, they'll probably change the deadline at some point along the way. And it may happen. I don't know.
Unless they did it sooner rather than like 2039, but
Yeah, when everybody's not funded that year.
yeah.
I just think we're a little too early to take out the red pencil. I think we should, let the capital departments go before Financial Planning Committee, see what we have, and then take out the red pen. It's inevitable. I mean, we all know it. It's inevitable. But just to follow this model and then come back after we know what we have, what has been cut, what they're not trying to push ahead with. So then we'll have a little bit more leeway, I'd say.
Yeah, so again, the point of doing the two tables was to show, okay, that's avoids an override if if our education assessments that, the regional school districts that we belong to, the Assabet and the Northborough, Southborough Regional, they also are paying health insurance within their budgets as well, and that's part of our assessment that comes from them. The K-8 district is facing some, not unique, but different expenses. They have transportation costs, like the regions do as well. Increased transportation costs, and then the SPED assessments that are in both the regions and the K-8. But the K-8 budget presentation that they've gone through with school committee is somewhere about 11% increase, not 2.9. So
But that's also a first round. I mean, we don't.
Correct, and that'll probably go down. But talking about the approach to the budget, I think we're recommending going forward with recommending a 2.9% budget, and anything beyond that would be an override. Like that would have to be an override.
Yeah.
And that's what you need to vote on, are those two pieces, right, per the motion? Is the free cash.
Free cash and then the.
Stick to 2.9.
Right.
Yep.
I thought I read, and I apologize because there were a couple of memos and I gotta keep track of which ones I'm referring to. But I thought I read somewhere that, so maybe it was when you were recapping what we did before the summit, which was, I believe I'm not going crazy, we said, give us your 3% and your level funding, right? And tell us what you would have to cut if we got level funding. Like, my understanding, that's
level funded,
generally what
level
we.
service, yep.
Yeah, so
So
are we?
it
are
was
we-
actually a little different than that, because
Yeah.
we asked departments at the summit to go forward with, tell us what you would need to cut to get to a level funded budget, and then tell us what your level service budget would be.
Right, okay, and 3% wasn't
And the
in that.
3% was last year. That was to say, what would we have to do, because I just took a 3% total off the total, for those models. 3% a year for the next 5 years. That's what.
So I understand that what from what I'm reading here is if we say 2.9%, the general consensus, because of primarily the insurance and these other things we're talking about, there's gonna have to be cuts even at 2.9%.
Correct. Like, they're
True
likely
statement, right?
Not across the board.
In some places.
But there would, people may have trouble coming up to that.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm very sensitive to that. At the same time, where I sit on this is I would still like to proceed with a level funded budget plan, and what would you have to cut to get there between, I'm not asking for 3 steps of analysis here, because what you're saying is they already will have to say, what do we have to cut from level services to get to 2.9, which is less than level services. I'm saying I would like them to analyze the difference between 2.9 and level funding. Because I'm trying to avoid a situation where we get to town meeting and people are saying, give me line items and blah, 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 and, the increase is too much, and I'm trying to preempt that, and I know that's hard, and you're gonna say, maybe I'm crazy, there's no way we could do level funding, but we have constituents who are gonna tell us, do level funding. What do we say to them, That's where I'm sitting. I would prefer to have level funding as the target.
So to be clear, just to talk about like the scale and the scope of that, level funding would be going back from 2.9%, that's $468,000. In the model that's showing the override with the current school number plus 5% for the education assessments, and I assume that those are gonna come back. When those are calculated, they're gonna be more.
Can I jump in real quick to make sure I'm following? Okay, so let's, look, my preference would be let's find $2 million to refund to the taxpayers. I think you're telling me there's no way we could do that.
That would be very difficult.
That'd be my preference. Short of that, I'm not, if it's only 200,000, to your point, what do we do with the 200,000? I'm not interested in going down the rabbit hole of how do you disperse 200,000. The administrative cost is way outweighs the, impact, so it's not worth it if it's that little. So then what do you do? Well, I think I heard you say the difference between a 2.9% budget and a level funded budget is in the $400,000 to $500,000
On the
range.
town side, yeah, 468,000.
On the town, leaving aside the schools.
Yeah, leaving aside the schools.
Okay, so, what if we took the 200,000 we were gonna allocate to general purpose stabilization, use that to offset? I think what you're saying is to do that, we would have to go up from 500 up to 700 on our operating. And that's a policy set by
Select board.
the select board in the past. How long have we had that policy? Any idea? Or like since you've been here at least?
2012.
Okay, so 13 years. I mean, we haven't had an 11% tax increase in 13 years that I'm aware of. It would be incumbent on us to take extreme measures, I think, to offset that. So, I mean, I would say potentially use the 200, go up to 700 to reduce, to make it, maybe we can't get down to level funded, but maybe 1.5, whatever the math shows, 1.8, whatever that extra 200,000 gets us in the operating budget. I'm just looking at.
Again,
Well,
though,
and
we're
then-
putting the cart before the horse. Like, we don't know
No,
what's
no,
gonna-
you're asking us to set a policy. So don't tell me about cart before the horse.
We already have a policy. He's asking you to, well, we have reduced, so OPEB was reduced, but we're pretty much following the same policy. All I'm saying is, why don't we wait to see where the numbers fall before we
So we
start to,
Table this agenda item?
I mean,
Because
I
what I'm
just don't
reading
think
the
we're
memo
here
is saying, policy decision is to do what I've recommended here. And I'm saying, I don't want to do what's recommended here. I want to do something else. So I don't want to vote yes for, yes, let's do this, if
I
this
just
is.
still think it's
So
putting
to
the cart.
continue on that discussion, so looking at this chart with 2.9 FY '27, this chart right here, that shows what the impact to the tax bill would be. It does go up, but less than what FY '26 was, right? So it's an increase, but it's a 4.8 or 4.9%
Correct.
increase, not a 10.5.
Correct.
So there's still an increase, but we're not chugging
Yeah,
along
so-
at another 10 or 11%.
So, I mean, I think that was the point, and I probably,
That's without the override.
like,
I think that one's with the.
went back to it too many times, but we knew when the debt for the fire station, which is the
capacity
biggest
goal.
project we've done to date in town, when the debt came, it was gonna be somewhere between 10 and 11%, that whatever year that debt affected us. So it wasn't a surprise, so it's not a surprise that the next year that we're also paying that debt, that's already in the base. So that's why the increase is not as much.
Yeah, it's compounded.
Right, no, I mean, the 10.5%, and I understand we're talking about 27, and what we're feeling right now is 2026. That's a totally accurate point. And I'm not saying that I certainly hope we're not looking at another 10% for 2027, to Mike's point, and I think we're all on board that would be very bad. On 2 10% in a row is a lot. What you were just saying about you just mentioned that the fire station debt was built in, and I'm sorry, I just lost train of thought.
Oh, what I was saying was that we've known that there was gonna be a sizable increase, and that now that that's in the base, that the
Right.
next
So
year-
what I was saying is the 10.5 that we're experiencing right now in the rate setting that we just did is a combination of appreciated property values together with, we have $300 per average household of fire station debt payments that we've never had in the past. Or my number may be not perfect on that, but somewhere in that range, I think, together with some other things. That's not the only one.
Yeah,
There's a
I
few
mean,
others.
there's other things that we can bemoan too, like the state of state aid. That
Sure, and I'm not-
That's not keeping pace with.
Right, and I'm not looking backward. We can't fix anything that's in the backward, but I am looking at, in view of choices we have made as a town, like, we've got to tighten our belts. And some of that belt tightening is, look, our reserves are fine without the 200,000. You know, we're still fine. You know, my preference is to not worry about so much what our bond rating is. I understand we worry about our bond rating, but if you don't have to go out for debt all the time, you don't care about what your bond rating is. I'm saying let's keep a good bond rating, but my point is that's like getting lots of lines of credit so that you can get a good rate on your lines of credit. You know, it's from a consumer standpoint, it's like, it doesn't make sense. Anyway, so the 200,000, I think we should take off of the table at least, even if it just goes back into the operating budget, which would be a deviation from past policy, but I would be in favor of it.
So, would you be comfortable with the policy if it were as presented without the $200,000?
I would, I mean,
Leave-
comfortable for today's purposes, yeah. Leave the appropriation
Because that would at
allocation.
least give us the target.
Right.
For the budget model, for what we're gonna use in the operating budget model, and then also have a consistent message for the financial planning committee and when they do their work and make their recommendations back to this board and the town.
And if $2 million falls out of the sky and you need something to do with it, just remember, I have a suggestion, give it back to the taxpayer.
Sounds like the tariff refunds.
We could put Mike's name on the check, it's fine.
Didn't they already get it? No, I'm just.
I'm not trying to be too silly here, but like, I am, these are real friends and neighbors who just are gonna see their $10,000 tax bill go up to $11,000. And they're still paying increased health insurance premiums for their plans and everything else in life that we're all experiencing. So, I mean, I don't know. So, yeah, I mean, I would, for today's purposes, vote on it if, to support it if we said not do the $200,000 stabilization just for this year. I mean, I'd like to see it come back next year. To me, part of what's driving that is our free cash was higher than we thought it was gonna be. So. Sorry, didn't mean to dominate the time here. Just.
The increase in receipts, that factoring in things like increased excise tax on motor vehicle or increase of the permits and fees that we
Correct,
recently
yeah.
approved.
Right.
Is there any, and when do we have this discussion? Because I know we've kind of talked about it a little bit, but looking at, you know, trash and the cost of that and how much is being, you know, sort of picked up right now with the current cost of bags. Everything is going up and it's like, well, yeah, we could raise more money that way, but then you're also making people pay more for trash pickup. So it's kind of a mixed bag there, no pun intended. But like, is that part of the conversation that we have for FY27 or is that further out?
I mean, there have been people that want to raise it, and there's people that, of course, don't, and those are probably the people that buy the bags. But Scott, from his standpoint, he said we're pretty high with our costs.
And how much would it actually bring in? I guess that's the question.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Right, and it's bringing in money out of people's pockets too, so
Right.
that's the mix of it. but-
It's, I think the part that was mentioned about that was that the other communities that have pay-as-you-throw nearby subsidize their programs to a greater degree than Northborough has in the past. So that's why Northborough started off on such a high trajectory with its bag fees being higher. And that's why when he did and compared Scott, the Public Works Director, went out and surveyed the towns recently, we were significantly higher than the neighboring communities a number of years ago, and then he just went back out and surveyed again, and I think we're probably closer to the norm. I'm not sure I saw the results of the survey.
I did.
So, just for clarification on that, if I can jump in. So to be clear, so like we're saying our price is getting maybe on the high side compared to other towns that are subsidizing more than we are. Well, so, but I mean, that assumes that your policy should be, we should be subsidizing. I mean, my stance is we should not be, the people who pay for private trash removal shouldn't have to pay for trash removal for those who do pay as you throw. That is my policy position.
But I think this is like a separate topic.
Sorry, no, I know, but it goes into the budget discussion for this next cycle.
I think that will be discussed more at length during the appropriations hearings
Okay.
for, around the, especially around the enterprise fund and what it's going to be short and need for a subsidy from the general
Right.
fund.
So, but it would come down to ultimately a warrant article to change some policy of ours.
Well, I mean,
Unless it was just
the
changing
warrant
the rate.
article for the operating budget for the enterprise funds involves that appropriation of the general fund subsidy. But I think that one of the risks of raising the back fees too high is that you'll just turn the program upside down, because people go to the private trash services, will still need to pay the trucking contract, and will be upside down on it and need to subsidize it more if less people participate in it. So that's been one of the risks that's been considered as part of the program. And I'm not saying that there's not merit to raising the prices when market conditions warrant that.
I'll send you, I found the email, it's the price comparison. And
I may have been on that, so I don't promise I didn't get it, but.
You didn't. You're in the clear. You
Okay,
didn't.
you're right, I didn't see it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to sidetrack us, Laura.
Jason, on the receipts.
I'm just a little bit worried because we have a lot of stuff still to cover, and it's 10:20, and I think I'm trying to figure out like how we can get to where we need to be tonight on that topic.
I mean,
Sorry.
I guess, yeah, so to put a button on it, I'm okay moving forward with it as presented, to go with the 200 and the 2.9, because I think there's still the ability to pull the ejection handle if we need to on some of these numbers, right? Just because these are the marching orders we're providing, doesn't mean they can't be changed if we had to. If we needed to use that 200,000 to stay out of an override territory or something like that. Am I wrong?
I think the most helpful part is just being able to start crafting the capital plan so we know how much
Right.
resources are going to be used for that. You're not endorsing the capital plan as a whole or the articles that are going to be paid from free cash, but just how much we would have available in that, so we can talk to the financial planning committee about how to tier and how to rank the articles in front of them.
So, yeah, I mean, to Laura's point, I would be okay with moving forward with the motion as written and as presented by Jason.
Okay, this has gone round and round so much. What, are we contributing $200,000 to the stabilization fund, or you took that off the table?
No, he said keep it in.
You're saying?
Well, I would vote for that. I'm okay
Okay.
moving forward with that on the table now as the marching orders.
Okay.
To get a plan and move things forward.
So, how does the motion have to change then?
I think Mike, if I
I mean, we
understood what
could
Mike is
vote.
saying, Mike is saying do the motion as is, not as Jacob presented,
Oh,
not as
okay.
Jacob. Which, I would vote no, because I already said, I wouldn't want to do that.
Because Jacob, all your.
Right, and if 3 people want to change it to what Jacob wants, then that's the vote. I'm just saying, I'm okay with as written, but that's,
I'd prefer Jacob's approach as we're going into budgets.
What's your thought?
I'd like to save the money.
Save the money.
Yes, so
Take off the 200.
take it off. Just in the spirit of, trying to save money.
Leave
I know
it
you're-
at, so leave it as 700 as being unused
Operating
at
or unused
at
at
this
the
point. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know that everybody's under a
Hey,
ton of
I'm
pressure,
not
but
gonna-
so are,
Wait, what's the 700?
The 700 is the amount that's left in unspent of free cash.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, to be clear, so the operating is still 500, but what's
Yes.
left potentially for next year,
700,
if
yes.
all of our estimates are right, would be 700.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so it looks like that you have support. Why don't you make the motion?
Oh my goodness, thanks, Julianne. Sorry. And I wish there was more we could do. I'm just looking at this, I'm like, I don't know that there's,
We need more
200 sounds
money.
like,
Oh, I think we're gonna cut a lot more, but
yeah.
just.
So,
Yeah, so again, it just tells you the sensitivity of,
Yeah.
all these numbers have to be right in this model. Of
course.
Because if one thing changes, like,
falls apart.
this is early. We usually have a little more time to refine these numbers before they're being looked at with such precision that, Yeah, so again, these numbers will change as we go along.
These
but-
also have all the big expenses in it, right? Like in the financial planning, and we haven't really scrutinized the numbers yet.
Absolutely not. We're only on our second one
Yeah, I
tomorrow.
mean, I'm looking at some of those things and, yeah.
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 If it's okay, I move the board vote to support, I'm stealing yours, John, sorry. To support the free cash plan, the capital improvement plan, budget instructions, and the operating budget instructions as presented with the modification that the 200,000 for general stabilization will be zeroed, and that will move to the bottom line of that part which was projected forward. Is that
Is
right,
there a
Jason?
second?
I understand what you mean.
Motion made by Jacob, seconded by John. Let's do a roll call vote. Laura?
Aye.
Jacob?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Mike?
No.
And I'll vote aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. All right, next is
Chief's retirement.
to accept the resignation of our fire chief, correct?
Retirement.
Yeah, it's,
More
I mean, when we
appropriate.
do it in-house, you guys appoint the fire chief, so if people resign, like department heads, we, have to accept their resignation, but that's why it's coming here instead of
It doesn't
us.
say retirement, it says resignation on the motion. Is that incorrect?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it's definitely a very planned retirement.
Is there, I mean, is there
Oops.
legally a difference?
Wait,
I don't know.
where are you
On the
reading that?
agenda.
Well, I think-
Acceptance of
I
resignation.
think retirement is what it is.
It
I mean,
is.
not
It says
legally, there's,
resignation on the,
it's,
Well, what did
that's,
his letter read, resignation?
Thought it said
No.
notice of
and
resignation.
it says resignation.
Well, then, I guess
It's
we're
resignation.
accepting it.
I don't know that, like, does it matter?
I have no
Yeah, I
idea.
don't know if it, I mean,
I guess it doesn't.
Notice the difference.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh,
Thanks,
oh,
Jason. Appreciate it.
Are we looking for his letter?
ChatGPT says.
Yeah, I'm doing the
doesn't-
same thing.
Difference if a fire chief resigns versus retires.
You're gonna get so generalized information that's gonna be wrong, and promise.
I mean, I could see like.
Yeah, it says a resignation in the letter.
And I
Yeah.
can see, like, I can see collectively bargained if there's a difference or something, which he's not. He's
No.
a department head.
He
so
doesn't even have a
he's
contract.
separating from service,
Right,
and I guess technically that's a resignation.
yeah, right.
I mean,
think
what
it's
he
a
does
broad
after
term.
is-
He's gonna take his retirement, I assume.
Right.
but-
Yeah. Yeah, resignation is a resignation.
I
So
guess.
if he's removing himself from the town, then,
Say resignation / retirement.
I mean, maybe he's not, don't want to project, maybe he doesn't want to, he's not gonna retire, maybe he's just gonna go do something else.
right,
after this.
it doesn't really,
Doesn't
right.
affect us.
No.
It's a personal decision.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say
Yeah, I guess.
resignation.
yeah, it does say it in here, I didn't realize that. Take that back. All right.
Okay, so Stephanie, you started to say that the board is responsible for,
Yes, because you appoint the fire chief's position, so, typically if it was a department head, we would write a letter accepting the resignation, but that's why it came before you guys.
okay. Well, is there any discussion about,
I only have a question, and it's really purely hypothetical. It's not meant to gum up anything. Like, I'm happy to vote to accept his resignation. It's effective in March of next year, and,
March 31st?
31st,
right,
yeah.
and he'll take some very well-earned vacation time and stuff in the last couple of weeks, and so that's all fine. And then my only question, I guess, is probably one that none of us can answer right now, which is that, and I don't want to get into details, but we are looking at what to do about the soil contamination statements. And I wouldn't want accepting this resignation now to limit what options we have. So I would like to accept the resignation while reserving all rights, or table accepting the resignation.
First off, you can't keep anyone here.
No,
Gets their way.
he's obviously free to resign with or without our blessing. The point
Right.
is
So
I
if
don't
you-
want our
if you-
acceptance to be construed as a waiver of some right we may have if we have one, and I don't want to go into any more detail than that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you shouldn't. So if you need any information from a person that resigns in the future, you can obviously get information. We'll leave
Yeah.
it at that.
So I mean, that would just be it. It's like, I'm happy to accept it, but without waiving any rights.
I don't know if that's legal, but I don't know.
That makes sense to me. How would you amend that if you were to do
Just to
that?
say that we vote to accept the resignation and to send a letter of confirming the board's acceptance while reserving all rights of the town.
Do you want to check with legal
Or,
counsel?
or if we need a check on that, I'm happy to, like, is it gonna make a difference if we accept it now or in 2 weeks? Like-
No,
Like I said, I have no problem with him. I'm
no.
not trying to make this more complicated. I just want to make sure the town reserves all rights. That's all.
But we should check on if that's a thing we can do, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so we'll
Well, no.
move on to,
Well, for the record, I disagree. I think we should vote to accept his resignation, but I guess I'm in the minority, so.
I'd like to protect the town's interest.
Yeah, I think this is still an ongoing open item. No? No, I'm not talking about it. I'm sorry.
No, in general, my chances to protect town interest if given the choice between having language that protects interest versus not. Not just to this, to anything. So if that stands and that holds water, as Jacob suggests, I prefer language that protects the town's interest versus language that doesn't.
let's give it well, I would like a little more thought put into it, if there's, and Laura, you would
I-
rather vote tonight?
No, I would rather wait.
Okay. So I think we have a little straw poll here.
Yeah, no, I'm okay.
Okay, all
I'm
right.
okay with being outvoted.
Okay. Okay, so we have left Economic Development Committee, public comment guidelines. We have a few things left. Select board goals, reports.
Fire station building project update.
I'm okay with punting whatever we want if we.
I do
Yeah,
think that one.
it's getting pretty late. I'm wondering if we
On the-
should conclude the meeting? What's everybody's feeling?
I mean, I know my thing was like the public comment guidelines. I'm totally okay with punting that along with the other stuff to a future meeting.
I would agree with that. I'd punt everything.
One thing I'll just say is, I don't know if you guys had a chance to read the public comment things that I came up with and the.
I just passed it out.
Yeah, there's that other piece that was at the school committee conference that was kind of pertinent too. I don't know, it just seemed like kind of my thought around it is, this meeting is sort of an example of that, where we stopped the meeting to take public comment. Not just because it was part of it directed at me, that's fine. Part of my thing is to not respond, is to have a follow-up later, say by the chair or town administrator, depending on what the question is. So I had to sort of live by what I put to paper there. But that's just sort of an example
I'm sorry, I don't understand. What's the example?
of stopping our meeting to take a public comment.
So in Mike's guidelines, yeah, I handed it out to you. It says,
Yeah, it's in a lot of stuff. But what's the example tonight? I just want to make sure I'm tracking.
The one public comment that we got.
From the woman that's the Chamber of Commerce woman?
No,
No, from the guy running for moderator.
So I don't know how that was an interruption of our
He's
meeting.
not running for moderator, is he?
Well, he's publicly said he was, but I'm just saying, like, we paused our meeting to take a public comment.
well,
I don't think we needed to do
it's, so
that.
the town of Holden, what we would do in the beginning, we would have public comment. Somebody would come in and they would say, I'm concerned about X, Y, and Z. The board zipped it, didn't say anything except thank you for your comment. Then at the end of the meeting, if they had a good answer that they could answer on the floor right here and now, they would provide that answer. If not, they, would just get back to them at a later time. Or the next meeting. The next meeting, they would have an answer, or they would respond to them via email or whatever it is, because
I think I
Mike's-
delve now into
yeah,
discussion.
so for instance, like, imagine if, Mr. Hutchins was respectful, but we had a public hearing at 7 that we were like almost a half hour late for. So we can't just, because then if we do that for Mr. Hutchins, we have to do it for whoever else. So it's like, that's how a meeting can get. It can get so scattered. So it is definitely good on your agenda, wherever you're gonna put it, and it's usually beginning and end, like we have it, but to stick to it, because you have to do one for all. That's how it is.
I think that's a reasonable thing to talk about, but I also think it's reasonable if someone has cell phone problems to allow them to come and if they can't make it because of the first few minutes, to allow that person to maybe exercise that option a little bit later because.
But they would have it at the end of the meeting. That's when you can come back. So they'll always have.
For a 4-hour meeting?
It's so hard to do that to the residents. It's just taxing.
So,
Well, I mean, if they missed it in the beginning,
so
then they have to wait till the end.
This is why we have to table
maybe
discussion
we
on
should
the
table.
remaining items, because we're going to have
That's true.
a passionate conversation about this. So is there anything pressing that we should discuss before we adjourn?
Do we
we're
have,
going to executive
do we
session.
have executive session as well?
No.
No,
Oh.
that was
That's
meeting minute
tabled.
update.
Oh, I didn't realize
Those
that.
came out late, huh?
What did?
I don't know. I felt like,
The meeting minutes?
yeah,
We're just trying to keep up.
I know.
Honestly.
No, I get it.
I
It's just
apologize,
like-
but, yeah, I think, were they
Okay, so we're
Friday?
not going to executive tonight.
Nope, okay, that's.
Sorry?
So we're not going to executive tonight.
No.
What about so like, not going into details, but are we close on the municipal? Weren't we like getting close to vote on that? Not this time? So don't have to get into details.
We're getting there.
Municipal.
That was on, that was in the agenda.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I'm not
Yes.
hallucinating.
No, you're not.
No, you can, no, you're fine.
I'm not trying to get into details. I'm just like,
We were
I thought it was on the
hoping.
agenda.
Yeah, we were hoping.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
we're very close.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't have a fire station building. There's a meeting on Wednesday. Tune into the meeting on Wednesday for more fire station update. But I do, on that point, think that we need to schedule an executive session.
I emailed Julianne on that
And
today.
can I forward that?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
That's all I'll say.
Yeah.
I guess I had one question it was on, Steph, it was on your administration report, and the question was, we have 3 openings for firefighters.
Mm-hmm.
And, how does that work with the Safer Grant folks that are in training? It says 3 people left, do we
So
add 3
one
people?
safer position left.
Already?
And then you know the other two, right?
Um,
The,
One left, one safer person said it's not for me, and then a permanent,
went to
Firefighter
North
left, which
Carolina
is-
because his
yep.
wife got a job or something.
And then the third?
and then the third,
Oh, God, what was the third?
I don't know.
And I guess the only question I'd have is, this person that left from the Safer Grant
Yeah,
is still covered by the Safer Grant, the replacement, is that accurate, or is that not
Yes.
accurate?
yeah,
I think it covers head count, not persons.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
yep.
But can I ask a question about that? And this can be a future agenda item if it has to be, but it's in the report. So I was thinking, we got the resignation letter. We've got this question, like, is there any way, maybe in a future meeting, we could say, let's hold off on filling those positions till we have a new chief to decide to fill those positions? I mean, if I was getting hired, I'd like to know who my boss is going to be. My
I mean,
opinion.
it depends on the demand
The
of,
safer ones,
Well-
don't we have to fill it to maintain the grant?
I mean, that may be true, but for the other two,
I think so. And for the other two,
we
I,
expedite filling the safer one
We
and
have
then.
a large complement now with 8 extra people.
Looks like we have enough people.
Why are we,
well, I mean, from the fire department's perspective, they, could even have more than the 8 people.
I'd like a new chief to to kind of assess that. It'd be
It's
good to
a-
get a fresh set of eyes on that. Yeah.
We are in the process of conducting interviews right
Also,
now.
on that, so for the
For the-
current people. Okay, I mean, I'm not trying to interrupt the process that's already happening by any means. Question though, we did receive some instruction on the chief thing. We should put a future agenda item to vote to do the thing that we were recommended to vote, which is to start the process.
Well, you should first do the resignation vote.
I told you, I'm
And
happy
then-
to do it today,
and then
reserving
we
all
can-
rights.
Yeah, but at least we have instructions.
Yeah. I'm saying we need to get on top of that, because if we're gonna do a search committee and blah, 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 they got work to do, and these next 4 months are gonna come and go fast.
Very fast, I'm sure, yeah.
All right, well, we don't have to figure that out today, but we should put that on our agenda.
Should we
Yeah.
vote on
Well,
reserving all rights language? Is there
I
anything
kind of
controversial?
wanted to, I think we should, next meeting, go over that, and, because I don't know if you're okay with every single point in there, or if you wanted any changes.
Okay.
Did you read the, it was, the process and,
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, well, I probably wouldn't follow verbatim, but like generally, like, for example, the composition of the committee, I have some suggestions on, but like,
okay, yeah.
but
that's
the
what I'm saying.
general flow, I'm like, yeah,
You're
that's
good
what he's
with.
recommending,
Okay. Yeah.
in my opinion.
All right. So we're good with adjourning?
Make sure there's no public comment, do we want to?
Oh, right.
Just because there's people,
Anything? No.
I don't see anybody raising their hand.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nice looking to Scott all night.
Yes,
buddy.
He looks so happy.
It's like looking right at me with it.
I don't know if he's been that happy the whole time.
Feels intimate.
It's a good poker face.
Good meeting, Scott.
All right, then I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Mike, seconded by Laura. You can raise your hands on this vote. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
Adjourned
Thank
at
you.
Thank you. 10:41.
Sorry for hustling.